Fatal Labyrinth, alternatively known as Labyrinth of Death in Japan, is a role-playing video game developed and published by Sega. Originally available exclusively on the Sega Meganet multiplayer gaming service in 1990, where users could play select Sega titles, it was later remade for the Sega Genesis / Sega Mega Drive in 1991. The game is similar to and shares assets with Dragon Crystal for the Sega Game Gear, which was also released around that time, and also serves as a faithful and solid portable edition of this game with its own story and unique dynamics. In Fatal Labyrinth, the player controls a hero who has agreed to enter a forbidden labyrinth, battle various evil creatures, and make their way up to the 30th floor, where an evil dragon guards a stolen Holy Goblet, which contains the light that has the power to banish the darkness that threatens the entire world. The hero may walk about town, talking with the villagers for advice prior to entering the labyrinth, giving useful tips for what lies ahead in their adventure. Although Fatal Labyrinth does have a very basic experience points-based system, it is not exactly a typical turn-based or action RPG. It shares elements with roguelike games, with a much simpler storyline and gameplay. Just as in roguelike games, each level and its contents are randomly generated, similar to games, for example most recently, as Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. To put it simply, items, enemy placements, and level structures are made differently each time upon loading a game, meaning every single player's playthrough is unique and can be made easier or perhaps even more difficult based on a combination of the player's skill and sometimes just dumb luck. On each level of the labyrinth, weapons, armor, magic rings, and other items are found, which can be equipped or thrown. Melee weapons include axes, swords, and spears. Although the length of the weapon determines its characteristics, short weapons, axes, short swords, are more powerful but less accurate, while longer weapons, broadswords, polearms, usually hit for less damage but are more accurate. Bows and shurikens are included for projectile combat. Body armor, helmets, and shields can be found to protect the player. The effects in magic rings can also vary from powering up the hero to using them as magical throwing projectiles. What every item equipable does depends each time you load the game and if RNG is generous to you. Fatal Labyrinth also has a wide variety of other items, including scrolls, canes, and potions. A key part of the game revolves around identifying which of these items benefit the player and which ones have curses. Sometimes throwing these cursed items can cause projectile damage. After defeating monsters, the hero character levels up and gains health points, added attack power, and receives a better title as they advance through the labyrinth. Enemies only move and attack in response to the player's actions. When the player takes a step, the enemies take a step. Thankfully, checkpoints exist on every 5th floor. Upon dying, the player is returned to these floors if they were reached. However, if the hero wanders around a level for too long, the screen will flash and the monsters will respawn. Some floors have pits in which the character can fall down one level and has to fight the monsters on that level again. The hero may also step on an alarm and may become trapped by monsters. Sometimes the hero respawns in a room with no visible doors, so they might need to search for a hidden door Food is a vital part of the game. When fed, the hero slowly regenerates health. If unfed for extended periods of time, the hero becomes hungry and loses health. Conversely, if too much food is eaten, the character can die from overeating. Some items can help or hinder the digestion of our hero. Like many role-playing games, gold is present. Hilariously though, in a bit of dark humor, the only purpose gold serves in Fatal Labyrinth is to provide the player character with a better funeral service upon death. The more gold collected in the game, the more detailed the hero's grave. More people will attend the hero's funeral based on their level when killed. Fatal Labyrinth is a game of simplicity and also deep strategy when you look deeper into it. You have to find out what everything you discover does, either good or bad, and then use your knowledge and skill to accomplish your mission. This game is one that I cannot predict, truly, what will unfold. But that is exactly what will make for such a fun and hopefully entertaining adventure that I hope you shall all enjoy. So sit back, relax, and I'll handle it from here, my friend. And so, let our story begin. A great darkness enters the peaceful land of Dragonia. Its one sacred artifact, the Holy Goblet, has been stolen by evil forces. Without its shining light to illuminate the world, the lands are doomed to destruction by a horde of eternally regenerating monsters. In a small village, a lone, ordinary person takes up the call to enter the forbidden labyrinth and do what must be done to save the world. Armed with only a small dagger and their own creativity and knowledge, they take off to save the world, reclaim the Holy Goblet, and banish the dark creatures to ensure the safety of the world. Bravely, they enter the Fatal Labyrinth. This game is intended as a playthrough of a game with elements of ease for the purposes of invoking ASMR, Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response, to help the viewer relax, unwind, or perhaps even fall asleep. Regardless if you watch this video for entertainment, relaxation, or some fusion of the two, I truly hope you enjoy this video, and I am always grateful to every single one of you for your support. And before we begin, if you would like to help the channel grow, please feel free to pay a visit to my main page, where I provide a variety of different ASMR video types, ranging from character role plays, item unboxings, and entire game playthroughs completed in an ASMR style. Or alternatively, any likes, comments, or especially subscribes are always welcomed and appreciated, and thank you for your time. One last thing on a personal note, if you are interested in this particular game, Fatal Labyrinth ASMR, I highly recommend you check out Dragon Crystal ASMR, which is very similar and acts as an alternative adventure to this one. It already stands completed, a fun action-adventure RPG roguelike on the Sega Game Gear. It's on the channel, already there for you to enjoy. But it's time to begin our adventure. So please, sit back and relax. And thank you for stopping by. I am Alakazam ASMR, And let us begin. Fatal Labyrinth ASMR. It's time to harness the spirits within and master the system. Please enjoy, my friends. And welcome, my friends, to Fatal Labyrinth ASMR. Please enjoy, and I'll take it from here as we begin this classic Sega Genesis / Sega Mega Drive RPG adventure. The dragon must be destroyed before we get trapped in a world of darkness. Help, I'm scared. The dragon is coming. There's a graveyard up ahead. That's where all the departed souls go. No more sunlight? Please destroy the dragon so I can dry my laundry outside. Priorities? Damn. I heard that the brave swordsman defeated the dragon a long time ago. I wonder if I have to go to school tomorrow. Now there is some good priorities. Dragonia, the legendary castle, has risen once more. We are finished. The end of the world is coming. The ghouls from Dragonia keep coming back even if we defeat them. What shall we do? A ghoul stole the Holy Goblet for the dragon. Ghouls invaded the village and stole the Holy Goblet. The Elder. A ghoul from Dragonia has stolen the Holy Goblet, the source of light which illuminates the world. We must get the goblet back to prevent Dragon from returning to power. The goblet casts out darkness and brings forth light. Where do you think you're going? No, don't even try it. Many have fought the dragon but failed. So you're going regardless of the danger involved. Make sure you tell everyone that you're leaving. Take care. Don't use anything before finding out what it does. It's difficult to aim an axe, but it's powerful. It's easier to aim with a spear, but it's not as powerful. Beware of magic. Beware of magic. You may find a powerful sword in Dragonia. Let's hope we do. May the spirit of the Holy Goblet be with you, and the spirit of the White Tiger in the background. Go get that dragon. I've heard that the brave swordsman fought the ghouls from Dragonia with the goblet. Now, as we take a moment to rest and consider this path ahead of us, please enjoy, my friends, as we begin this classic Sega Mega Drive / Sega Mega Drive / Sega Genesis, adventure called Fatal Labyrinth. I have you, the listener, my beautiful white tiger in the background cheering me on. There's no obstacle we cannot overcome in Fatal Labyrinth ASMR. Please enjoy, my friends. Let us head forward to rescue Dragonia and obtain the Holy Goblet from the Fatal Labyrinth. Let us enter the labyrinth and begin our adventure. It'll be a dangerous quest, but someone has to save the world, and it will be us. We start on the first floor. Picked up a green scroll. Now, let me explain the mechanics of Fatal Labyrinth ASMR. This is a roguelike game, meaning we need to move progressively through floors and destroy enemies. We were fortunate enough to pick up a hand axe, which is more powerful than our starting knife. The axe is a powerful weapon, which we can use to destroy and slay our enemies. However, it comes at a price. It's rather inaccurate. As we go around this labyrinth, we will find secret doors that can be hidden behind walls. So the axe, while inaccurate, is pretty good at destroying enemies. We also need to make sure we don't starve in this labyrinth. Classic video game logic, you can just eat food straight off the floor. Hygiene. So we obtain a green scroll and a green cane, which both have their own effects. Also a black ring. You begin to feel much better. That is the power-up ring. Perfect. Every item color is randomized upon playing the game, so every item will do something different every time you play this game. So, the black ring will always be a power-up ring. This keeps the gameplay fresh and exciting. We've already raised our level to a valet. Watch out for these enemies which can cast magic. We were warned about them. They can make you drowsy and slow to attack. But if we can hit them a good few times with the axe, the magician will go down, as well as the jelly. The beginning stages of Fatal Labyrinth are vital to if you're going to succeed in your adventure. You need to use all of the items you find to discover what they do. The weapons are simple enough. You have axes, which are powerful but inaccurate, spears, which are very accurate but not very powerful, and swords, a perfect balance between the two. You also pick up armor and shields, so we have a leather helmet here, which we can wear to increase our defense. We're gonna go from this humble adventurer in leather gear to a more valiant knight by the end, hopefully. So we have the short sword, which is slightly more damaging than the knife, but it's much more accurate. We need to switch between all of our weapons wisely to destroy our foes. We explore each floor of the labyrinth, trying to find the stairs leading to the next floor, finding different items. I know, quite an exciting adventure. I got my beautiful white tiger in the background cheering me on every now and then. So, we will find canes, which can cast spells, scrolls, which can cast spells, but we don't know what they do until we use them, so we need to pick the right moment to apply their effects. Once we know which color a cane or a scroll corresponds to which effect, we raised our level to become a ranger, and another short sword was picked up. So, now we know that the green cane is an offensive item. From now on, whenever we pick up green canes, we know what they do. But if we start up a new game, the green cane might do a completely different effect. Now let's continue Fatal Labyrinth ASMR and go on to the second floor. I'll continue to explain the mechanics as we seek out to rescue Dragonia and obtain the Holy Goblet. The axe is being pretty accurate so far. Use a yellow cane. The monsters forgot all their magic. This makes this magician much easier to deal with. Quite fortunate to obtain an axe and a spear, so we have a good balance. The spear for accuracy and the hand axe for power. We'll use the spear for now. There's armor around here. Not much damage with the spear, but you can be sure that your attack will almost always land, which is vital because some enemies are quite elusive at evading you. We now have a leather helmet and leather armor, making our defense that little bit better. And as we defeat enemies, we will level up, increasing our attack power and health points. Short sword. Another green cane. An offensive weapon. Good. The right kind. Now, when you get overloaded with items, you can throw unnecessary items at enemies as improvised ranged assaults. So we weren't going to use the knife, it was too weak and we had a replacement weapon. So we still made it useful. A grey potion. In the same category as scrolls and canes, they have random effects. So sometimes it's better to not use the items in battle, because if you pick up a negative effect from a potion or a cane or a scroll, it might put you in a situation that leads you to your death in this fatal labyrinth. So, caution, aggression, and care. With these all combined, you too can conquer the fatal labyrinth alongside me, my friend. So the green cane is the Blizzard Cane, casting a spell obliterating our opponent. As we walk around the floors as well, our health gradually regenerates, although sometimes when it gets extremely low, we will need to use a potion to instantly cure it. A lance. Excellent. It's even more powerful than the spear. That's a very lucky find at this stage of the game. So we have a very accurate weapon with slightly more attack. Wonderful. We want to funnel out the enemies one by one. It might look cool to take down multiple enemies at once, but that puts ourselves in a very dangerous position that can go wrong very quickly. We got the short sword. A trap! These little red panels on the floor will alert all the enemies on the floor to where we are. Luckily, we've already vanquished them. That's good. So we have enough food, no money, but a secret door has been found. Lovely. Alright, floor number 2 has been cleared. Let's go forward to floor number 3. Shuriken, also known as ninja stars, throwing stars, whatever you prefer to call them. Our inventory's already overloaded. So let's drop a short sword. We have plenty of spares. Another spear. We want to try and find a long sword, a nice balance between accuracy and power. Ah well, we can always use extra weapons as projectiles in a pinch. More armor. Leather armor. Well, at least we have a spare. We will keep the shurikens though, they are very useful. They are designed to be used as throwing weapons. You can use them multiple times. So if we throw the short sword, we lose it. But if we throw the shuriken, we get a few shots in before it vanishes. You also have to be careful of different enemy types that can apply different effects, such as sleep, disintegration of your armor, and other negative status effects. While the effects of scrolls, potions, and canes can be randomized, the enemies are always the same, so they always pose the same danger to the player. Destroy the magician on the first try. Nice. We want to try and destroy as many enemies on each floor as possible. This will raise our maximum HP as much as we can, giving us more defensive options and more opportunities to attack before we fall in battle. And it's a good way to test out if your weapon loadouts are working. If I use the axe 10 times and I'm not getting any results, at least I know to swap to a new weapon, or a different one at least. So I hope you're enjoying the adventure so far. We have many floors to go up in Fatal Labyrinth, and I hope you'll join me as we reach the top. A brown potion. You begin to feel much better, but what was the effect? Let's try out a scroll. Items have appeared from the darkness. This means we can see items even before we see them on the map, revealing them. This other scroll allows you to appraise items. So we have a scroll that can locate items, and a scroll that can check what is on our inventory without having to use it. Quite useful to have early on. The shuriken. Let's throw some ninja stars at them. Now let's throw our spare swords at them. Unfortunately, enemies can evade your attacks just like you can evade theirs. We at least get a few attempts. Nice. Destroy the ice bar. Picked up a brown ring. What's the effect? Begin to feel much better. That is the flame ring. Gives us resistance to flame. But the black ring is definitely my favorite in the game so far. It gives you a slight power increase, which is always very useful. To go looking around in the darkness to find the exit. We walked by it earlier on. Thanks to the scroll that we used earlier, we can see any items hidden in the darkness. See here? We hadn't entered that room yet, but we knew there was treasure, but we couldn't see the enemies. Our level has been raised. We are now a leader. You can also equip bows to attack from afar. They are not very powerful, but a useful way of reliably hitting an enemy from afar. Equip our hand axe. Excellent. Picked up enough food. We can consume up to 100 units of food. Believe it or not, you can actually die if you overeat in this game. If you eat over 100 units of food, you will die. So greed and gluttony can actually take your life in this game as well. You have to micromanage your attack, defense, health, everything to make sure you succeed. Alright, let's look for the exit. And as we go up more and more floors in Fatal Labyrinth, we will find more exciting weapons, armor, and items to use in our enemies, which will become progressively more and more dangerous. Now please enjoy as we move upwards into floor number 4. Should I call it a floor or a level? Level sounds more satisfying. Let's go to level 4. Let's throw a shuriken at the magician. Does good damage. We need to take out the magician enemies first, because they can immobilize you, meaning an enemy can get in quite a few attacks. We can use this blue cane to put an enemy to sleep, doing the opposite. Learning early on in Fatal Labyrinth is key to victory. Once you get a rough idea what every item does, you have more information to attack the enemy with. Information is key. If you just pick up stuff and don't know what it does, you could end up putting yourself in a situation where you actually cause your own death. After all, this game in Japan is referred to as Labyrinth of Death. A pretty hardcore name, if I do say so. Green scroll, that is the search scroll. Let's use this to see any hidden items in the darkness. Saves us a little time looking around. And as we go up more and more levels in Fatal Labyrinth, the drop of the items, typical in most games, will get even better and better. Let's take our lance. Take out this magician first if we can. Oh. The snail's getting in the way. Still, it's another enemy that will give us experience points, which we definitely need. Ah, thanks to our search scroll, we could have just went up to the 5th level. But we saw there's a shield there in the background. Let's go get it. Shields can be used with any weapon that is one-handed. Gives us a little bit extra defense as well as allowing us to attack. A reliable build, to be sure. We'll put on the shield in a moment once we destroy these enemies. Two sets of armor. Let's see if it's anything better than leather armor. Let's equip our leather shield. Leather armor? Yeah, 2 sets. Not to worry though. You can actually throw helmets, shields, and even armor at enemies. So even unused armor can be applicable in the right situation. We ate too much. If you eat very close to 100 units without dying, it will begin to slow down your movement. So be careful not to get too greedy. What does the pink scroll do? It confuses the monsters, sending them in random directions to attack. That can be very good when you're surrounded in a pinch. We've also got a short bow. We're getting quite fortunate with pickups. So we have a high damaging weapon in the hand axe, a low damaging but accurate lance, and a short sword. We've got armor on our head and body, as well as a shield. This is a solid enough build so far. This should serve us very well until we encounter greater challenges. There's more food there, but let's not overindulge. It's too close to 100 to risk eating the food, because we could overeat and die. And that's a pretty anticlimactic way to end this video, isn't it? This is going to be a long video. We have many floors to explore, but I hope you will reach the end, my friend. Are we missing anything? Nah. Good thing is, if another reason to get rid of enemies as quick as possible is that they respawn like that after a short period of time. So you can give yourself a little bit of a breather when there's no enemies around. You can walk around a bit to regenerate your health. But if you do it for too long, all the enemies in the floor will respawn. Just like the villagers of Dragonia we're talking about. The ghouls keep coming back no matter how many times we kill them. This is why we must clear the fatal labyrinth, to obtain the Holy Goblet and stop these creatures from respawning eternally. But there is a benefit to these enemies respawning. It gives us the opportunity to obtain even more experience in battle, giving us extra chances to level up our character. And the thing is, when the floor respawns, I mean the entire floor respawns with enemies. Every single one of them. So sometimes you will want to just go straight for the exit if you feel like the treasure inside isn't worth it. If I have 10 hand axes and they're only offering hand axes, it's probably a good idea to just get off that floor and go up. Unfortunately, in the early game, these magician enemies are among the most annoying. They can cast sleep spells on you which can immobilize you for a few turns. That's why you need to prioritize enemies that inflict status conditions. Because when you get ganged up on by multiple enemies at a time, you need as many turns as possible. Because the less chances you get to attack and defend yourself, the more likely it is you'll perish. Trying to pick up careful balance between the hand axe and the lance, power and accuracy. We keep missing with the hand axe, so we swap to the lance for a more reliable source of damage. It depends on your playstyle. Do you want to be cautious, but consistent with your damage? Use the lance, or spear. If you want to just inflict massive damage, but have a small chance of doing so, then use the axes. The flame ring. Check this out. Here's a secret thing you can do. You get the flame, ice, and lightning ring, which give you elemental defense. But if you don't want to use them, you can throw them at enemies and inflict a magical attack on them. A good way of recycling your unused items. You've got to make every single item count in this game. Now we're going on to floor or level 5, whichever you prefer. Let's equip the short bow and attack this enemy out of range. Damn, this guy can actually attack at range as well. Come on, see if we get lucky here. Let's get our lance back. I had to strategize there for a moment. While the short bow is useful at a range, if the enemy can hit me at range as well, I might as well get in close and chop him with the axe. Or poke away with the lance. Let's see if we can get a level up soon. The enemies will do more and more damage as we go on each floor, or level. So we want to have more maximum HP to lessen the chances of going to 0 and starting from the very beginning. Another short bow. Willing to bet this is another one as well. Yeah, lots of ranged options. A brown potion, which is a heal potion. Very, very useful. That will allow us to instantly heal whenever we want it, if we don't get time to run away and regenerate our health back. A ninja enemy. These will be agile. So I'm not going to use the hand axe, I'll continue using the lance for reliable DPS, damage per second. A purple scroll. What does this do again? Ah, the appraise scroll. This allows us to look at an item in our inventory that we haven't used, and the purple scroll will allow us to see what it is. So if we find an item that's cursed or has a negative effect, we can be like, right, I'm not using that then, I'll just throw it at an enemy. 2 spears around here. Well, it's time to get throwing. Unlucky. Still, at least it's an attempted attack. Before the enemy gets closer and closer, chip away at their maximum health. Makes it easier to deal with them up close, when they're already losing health before they've arrived. Level up. We have now become a battleman. Another lance. Useful if our current lance breaks, we have a spare. Oh, these are unique enemies. These are robots. These enemies are passive. They will not attack you unless you attack them. They are very powerful though, but they drop a lot of experience if you defeat them. They will attack you though if they are alerted by an alarm system, by a trap in the level. Luckily, we just obtained a longsword, which is going to do more damage than the lance and only sacrifices a little less accuracy. So it's a useful middle ground between the lance and the axe. A pink ring, what does this do? You begin to feel much better. That is the lightning ring. Ooh, perfect timing. Gonna get into a ranged? Yeah. Alright, let's equip the power-up ring. The lightning ring can be used as a projectile in a pinch. So let's not antagonize these robots just yet. Even though they are a good source of experience, they are very aggressive. They will hunt you down relentlessly once you attack. So you need to make sure that you can absolutely defeat them. Because if you come running for your life into a room and there's already enemies in there, a robot is difficult enough. Alright, I think we've got enough. I've got enough confidence we can take on the robot. Now let's attack smart here. Let's use the axe for maximum damage. See, look at the damage this robot's doing to us very rapidly. Okay, the axe is missing quite a bit, so equip the longsword. Powerful, but also accurate. Let's attack the second robot. Let's throw the lightning ring. That chipped away a lot of damage, made things much easier. So that's all the experience points we need in this floor. Level 5 pretty much cleared, unless the enemies respawn. Now we haven't missed any treasure. I think it's time to go up to level 6. Hope you're enjoying the adventure so far, my friends, because I am. Hopefully this is something that everyone can enjoy, whether you're a fan of classic Sega Mega Drive / Sega Genesis games, roguelike RPGs, or just love games, or relaxation and chilling out in general. Whatever you get out of this, I hope you're having a great time. Now, let's continue on. Just have a little wander around here just to regenerate our health. Okay, we're back at maximum health. Now I'm going to show you the negative effects of eating too much food. When you go above 80, your movement speed is slowed. This is why sometimes I will deliberately leave food behind. Healthy floor food, you see. Eat too much of it and you become slow, meaning enemies can surround you very easily. Luckily, with our longsword and equipment, we should be able to still overcome this challenge. Things look dire at the moment. Have no fear, I got this covered. This is where ample use of your inventory is vital. We used our brown potion to completely restore our health back to full without having to run around like a maniac trying to save our life. Back to the longsword. Level 5 is giving us a lot of experience, giving us a taste of the later floors of Fatal Labyrinth and the dangers it can pose for us. Now you can see where all these tactics are coming into combination: healing, using spells, retreating when necessary, defense, attack, exploration, knowledge. And of course, sometimes just sheer dumb luck of what you find on each floor. Alright, the ninja goes down. Regenerate a bit of health. Let's take down another one. Look, the robots are back. As I said, once you antagonize them, they will never leave you alone. So, only take them on when you're completely confident you can do so. Take down the smaller enemies for now on the chance we get another level up. Because not only does our maximum health go up, but so does our attack. Meaning sometimes we'll need to attack the enemy less to defeat them. Which therefore saves us some health points. So leveling up is vital to this adventure as well. Tell me something, dear listener. If you were to play some kind of old-school classic RPG like this, what kind of build would you use? Would you be a shield-bearing paladin warrior type, sword and shield, a lance user, or a mighty, powerful axe wielder, or something else? Be interested to find out what your opinions are. I try and use a bit of everything, both to showcase the game and its mechanics, and in the instance of Fatal Labyrinth, you do need to use your entire arsenal of weapons to succeed. Every weapon has its purpose at some point. So even though it looks as if we're just going in circles, we're actually gaining valuable experience points. Because these enemies, at least in the early stages, have lots of space between them. Meaning once we've been victorious in a battle, we get a little bit of breathing room to regenerate our health. See? Before taking on this snail, I do a few laps of cardio, and my health regenerates enough where I feel confident enough to take this enemy down. And you can also see the dangers of the battle axe, or the hand axe if you will. Very powerful, but it can be very infuriating when you hit the enemy 10 times and nothing happens. And while it's not as satisfying hitting them with the spear, hitting them 10 times in a row definitely feels satisfying. Every weapon in Fatal Labyrinth has its purpose. Okay, that's enough training for now. I think it's time to finally go up to level 6. Just regenerate a little bit more health. I think it's about time to go. Oh, there's more enemies up there. Do we fight them or do we go upstairs? Let's go for it. Let's get into a good battle. 2 worthy adversaries, a robot and a ninja. But let's take them on one by one. Let's not get too dangerous now. Come on, fall. Alright, robot. Let's see what you got. It's going to be a close one. We don't have any healing potions, but we do have the Blizzard Cane. And tactical use of our inventory just saved our lives right there. That can be the difference between life or death. One more attack could have potentially killed us. But we got a hell of a lot of experience points for this floor. But it's time to finally go up to floor 6. Level 6, here we come. Take a little bit of a breather there. There was a lot to process, lots of enemies. What's this? Another hand axe. A shuriken. Money. Or gold, if you want to be more fancy. I'll explain later on the purpose of gold in this game. It's actually quite hilarious once we're out of battle. One of the most unique uses of gold I think I've ever seen in a video game. It's like so outrageous, it's actually kind of funny. Once things quiet down, we never know when an enemy might strike from the shadows. More food. A cane. A gray cane. What does it do? Only one way to find out. By using it. Okay, that robot's not going to attack us. A flame/fire cane. Another leather helm. So now we know the gray cane is a fire attack cane. A heal potion? Wonderful. Alright, with a heal potion I feel confident we can take on this robot. Snail should be easy enough to defeat. Our longsword is serving us very well here. A nice balance of attack and accuracy. Now we could go up to level 7, but let's keep exploring for more items. A blue ring. Let's see what it does. Beginning to feel much better. Excellent! The two best rings in the game, in my opinion. You have the power-up ring, which is the black ring. And the blue ring in this playthrough is the heal ring. This slightly increases the amount of health you regenerate when you walk around. So we want to always keep this on us. We will wear the power-up ring during battle. Outside of battle, when we need to heal, we will wear the blue ring. Excuse me. Okay, another robot. What does the orange potion do? Oh no. You feel like dancing? Well, dancing around is normally fun. Not in the fatal labyrinth. This sends you in random directions. I'm holding the left button. And look in all the directions I'm going. I'm just holding left. That is the confusion status. Some enemies can inflict it. You can also inflict it in yourself by consuming the wrong potion, such as the orange potion we've discovered. But now we know, never drink an orange potion. However, we can use an orange potion as a projectile to inflict that status on our enemies. Once again, why information is very important. If you know an item is cursed, you can throw it at an enemy to make use of its negative effect. Good balance between switching between the axe, the lance, and the longsword. Let's keep this up. A secret door. Some of them are quite tricky to find. Alright, let's take on this next robot. Let's take a bit of a gamble. Let's go in for the hand axe. Ah, we got lucky. Nice. Now let's go up to level 7. Doing well so far, my friends. Thanks for sticking around this long. Hopefully I'll see you at the end. Thanks, my friend. Fatal labyrinth indeed. You can get lost in here very easily. Never know what you might find inside. Grey cane. That's an offensive cane. Flame our enemies to death. Another cane. Brown. What does that do? Good thing is, once you use the weapon, it will tell you what it does in case you forget. You don't need to frantically run around writing things with a notepad. The game will inform you once you've used it at least once. Another robot. Leave it alone for now. Deal with this ninja first. A yellow cane. That's anti-magic. Use that on magicians. Save that for a rainy day. What does the brown cane do? Excellent. The monster has been blown away. Picked up ring armor. Excellent. Now we have this chainmail armor. Our characters' cosmetic appearance changes. Very nice. Go from this guy in leather armor to gradually more of a knight, a traditional hero look. But hey, we've got to obtain the right equipment first. We'll pick up that food in a moment once our appetite comes back. Not finding much here. Okay, maybe we should go back and get that food. 50 is a safe amount of food meter to consume something else. Once you start getting into the 70 or 80 ranges, that's when you should stop eating. Life advice from Alakazam ASMR. It only applies to this game though. Okay, a new enemy type. Use our longsword. There's another shield in this room. Let's hope it's a different kind. It'd be really cool if it was a stronger kind than our leather shield. Grab it first. A wooden shield. Wonderful. It is better. The wooden shield protects us by 2 points instead of 1. Every little bit of extra defense will absolutely help us out. As soon as one more unit goes down on our food bar, we'll be able to walk around normally. So let's equip the blue ring. Do a little bit of cardio, burn off some fat, and we recover our health pretty good. Now let's put the power-up ring back on. Robot goes down quite easily. Excellent. Okay, I think it's time to go to level 8. How about you? Before the enemies respawn, after all. Big room with 2 rings inside. And some food. Flying eyeball enemy and a slime. Those sound like old-school Saturday morning cartoon insults. Hey, take that, you slime. Take that, you flying eyeball. You know, something like that. Some kind of cheesy insult. And while I'm talking about that, our level has been raised. We are now a soldier. Soldier of the Labyrinth. Got a nice ring to it. Speaking of ring, the grey ring, what does it do? That is the food ring. Excellent. That's another useful ring. When you equip that, the rate of which your hunger dissipates slows down. The red ring, what does that do? Blizzard ring. Okay, I'm not too worried about elemental defense, so we'll use elemental rings as weapons instead of armor. See what I mean? Even when I find an item that I'm personally not going to use myself, in its intended format, I can still just throw it at an enemy and get a use out of it that way. Recycling saves the world, literally, in Fatal Labyrinth ASMR. The amoeba. Okay, that doesn't sound like a Saturday morning insult. Take that, you goddamn amoeba. You know, that sounds a little bit too weird. See how our maximum HPs went up to 122, and our power is growing even more. That's why all that training on the previous floors is paying off. Imagine we only had 70 health points and we're taking 12 points of damage. 7 attacks and you're done. Equip the longsword. Wipe out these enemies. The quicker we can get leveled up, the quicker we can defeat enemies. And the quicker we can grow stronger. Kill a fly. Now this is where our beautiful blue ring is going to come in handy. It just makes it that little bit quicker to heal your health. Health regeneration is always a very useful thing to have. It's a good thing that Fatal Labyrinth doesn't fall into the trap of, okay, you can only heal your health through potions. If that was the case, this game would be borderline impossible. You need to be able to regenerate your health. You don't find healing potions that often on the Fatal Labyrinth floors. So, you need to have an ability to heal yourself. And if it means having a little walk, then so be it. 62 health, 68, 74. A helmet. Hopefully it's an improvement over our leather helmet to complete our look. Chain helmet, fantastic. Now we have this medium-sized armor. A chainmail wielding soldier. Chainmail. Okay, let me try and do it a little bit better and more dramatic and more, good. A chainmail bearing sword and shield using soldier of the labyrinth. Now that's something I was going for stumbling upon my words. Use the flame cane. Destroy our enemy. Quickly put on the blue ring. Regenerate our health. It was a close call, wasn't it? Now imagine we weren't wearing all of our armor and shields. That damage would have just piled up. It could have took us out. Fatal Labyrinth is very dangerous. You can actually get a game over very easily by being careless with your moves. This is why I want to go in as prepared as possible. Now, another wooden shield, lovely. A black potion and a leather helmet. What does the black potion do? Oh no, it's a negative effect. You're surrounded by darkness. This turns the map dark, so we have to re-explore it again. Let's see if we will remember where the exit was if we saw it. So we have to re-explore the map. Now we know, never drink the black potion. Throw it at an enemy. Just give me a moment to take a little breather. gradually exploring level 8. Again. Can't carry any more. If we're lucky, this could be an improved version of the longsword, although I doubt it. You never know, though. Let's attack this robot. Throw our spare weapons at them. Where was the exit again? At least we remember where this item was. The yellow cane. Anti-magic. Save that for magicians. There it is. The entrance to level 9. Was there a bit of food in here? Yeah, I remember correctly. Nah, 60 is too high up in the meter. If the enemies respawn and I'm too fat to evade the enemies, then that's my fault. So let's avoid that situation. You know, this isn't Dark Souls where being fat just changes the way you roll out of the way. It could seriously have implications that could damage my health, such as getting attacked by magicians, robots, ninjas, and so forth. It's good to enjoy food, but gotta choose the right time, you know. A new magician-type enemy, the wizard. Well, we were off to see the wizard indeed. Another one. More food. A green potion. What does it do? You suddenly feel hungry. Well, let's have some delicious floor food. Well placed. Me talking about overeating and then I drink a potion that makes me hungry. Damn it. Well, at least we know now, never drink a green potion. Throw it at enemies. That's the rule of thumb. If it's a negative effect, throw it at enemies. With very few exceptions, though. There are a few items in this game that have negative effects that I will keep, specifically for their negative effects, which you'll find out later on in Fatal Labyrinth ASMR. Great potion. What's this do again? Power up potion. Fantastic. The power up potion is one of the best potions in the game. It permanently increases your attack points. So anytime we get a great potion, we're instantly using it. Because as long as your base attack power is high, all of your weapons will do good damage. Regardless if it's a axe, lance, or longsword. Discard the leather armor for now. To obtain a leather armor. This is the greatest trade deal in the history of trade deals. Another power-up potion. I like where this is going. Brown potion, gray cane, flame cane, so we have an attacking cane, and a magic blocking cane. It's gotta be cane. Now. Whoa, lots of enemies here. Alright, well, let's see what we can do. Take them on one by one. Funnel them out. The axe is missing a lot. Time to swap to the longsword. No, in fact, no, let's swap to the lance. It's not a race. I'm not speedrunning this game after all. Slowly but surely, these enemies will disappear one by one. Let them come to us. We've got to hold the hot gates here. Don't worry, we have a failsafe. We can equip. We can throw the blizzard ring to deal range damage. I'm gonna wear the blue ring and retreat for now. Gonna lure this amoeba out. Now look how quickly our health regenerates with the ring on. That gives us enough distance. Let's get the power-up ring back on. Try and just overwhelm them with pure force. And we are rewarded with a level up. We are now the warrior of the labyrinth. Brown cane, what's that do again? Kamikaze cane, one of the best canes in the game. This will instantly destroy one enemy in front of you. A great final stand kind of weapon, if you will. One enemy in particular irritating you, just use the kamikaze cane. Very rare to come upon, but if you get one, instantly kills whatever you want to use it on. So save it for when you're in a pinch. Or you just have that one enemy that's bugging you that much, you're like, right, go away. Excellent. It's this creature. Destroy the big eye. Getting real creative with the enemy names, aren't we? The amoeba. The big eye. The snail. Not exactly the most cool sounding rogues gallery, but you know what? They are efficient at taking down our health points, so I won't make too much fun of them. Now, let us go towards level 10 in Fatal Labyrinth ASMR. Now we are on level 10. The entire dynamic of the floor now drastically changes. But there's a lot of enemies around us. Wide open area, no rooms to hide in. That's a lot of enemies to deal with. This is where using our distance is going to be absolutely critical to our victory or defeat. Going to use the pink scroll to cause all the monsters to become confused and send them off in random directions. This will give us the opportunity to close the gap. Pick the enemies off one by one. Aim for the wizard or magician enemies first. Just one of them is able to send us into a confusion as well. Also, by sending the enemies in random directions, this gives us a little moment when there's not an enemy nearby to run around a bit and regenerate our health. Let's use our lance. Just attack away at every enemy one by one. This is quite a difficult challenge. However, lots of experience points if we can overcome this obstacle. Okay, now we retreat for a moment. Recover some of our health. Maybe grab some items. A chain helmet and a brown cane and shurikens. A black scroll. A yellow cane. What a difference a single scroll has made in this floor. What the? This creature is a mimic. It imitates items on the floor and attacks you. Need to be careful, even the weapons are out here to get you in Fatal Labyrinth. Use the kamikaze cane to instantly destroy that enemy. It's quite tough. Red ring. We can throw this at an enemy in a pinch. We should be able to defeat this enemy in time. The confusion effect still applies to all the enemies on this floor. So let's take the moment to equip the blue ring and speed up our recovery process. Look how quickly our health's coming back now. 7 HP every few steps makes all the difference. Now let's put the black ring back on and get our power increase. We'll need this to destroy enemies faster. Slowly but surely we are destroying an enemy one by one. Taking this almost impossible looking challenge, immediately entering the floor, into something it's kind of worth bragging about, actually. A viable tactic is to just skip the floor altogether, just run for the exit and get the hell out of there. But then we wouldn't get some space and time to pick up some new items. Unfortunately, one of the most appealing items, a new longsword, turned out to be a fake, a mimic. Let's equip our longsword. Destroyed the killer fly. Now attack this amoeba and 2 big flies. Big eyes, excuse me. We should be able to manage these 2. Close in on this opponent. Alright, the floor's pretty much clear now. Let's equip our blue ring and recover our health. We didn't destroy enough enemies to obtain a level up, but it gets us there just that little bit faster. So while we look around for treasure, we're also recovering our health. Every now and then you'll get put in a level like this, level 10, where it's just nothing but one big room and enemies and items, which is good for pure combat, but it's also bad at the same time, because you can get put in a very dangerous predicament. There are free swords in this room, but how many of them are real? We have to improvise here. We have to downgrade to our old leather armor for a particular reason. This insect creature that's chasing us has the ability to disintegrate your armor if it's made of iron or steel. So, it can't disintegrate leather. So temporarily when fighting these insect enemies, we have to swap to armor that will not disintegrate. So that way we can keep our highest defense armor for the right opponents. Now take down this other ninja. Throw shurikens back at the ninja. Taste of their own medicine. Let's get our armor back on. Ring armor and chain helm for maximum defense. The shinobi. So it was a sword, a long sword, 2 of them. Oh, free! I was expecting at least 1 or 2 of those swords to be a fake mimic enemy. But we have free long swords now. So if we hadn't obtained one by this point, well, at least the game was being generous. Continue our exploration in Fatal Labyrinth ASMR, so we are on level 11. And hopefully the rewards will increase. This slime enemy duplicates. This can be quite overwhelming if it duplicates too many times. However, we could use this to our advantage. Every time we destroy an enemy, we could obtain some experience points. These enemies aren't much of a threat, but can mean trouble in large numbers. Every time we destroy an enemy, it multiplies. Alright, let's continue onwards. Sometimes your weapons will lose their maximum attacking power, so you need to discard or throw them. unfortunately. Luckily, the game throws tons of weapons at you. Just try and save your favorites. Don't want to lose a valuable weapon that you love very much at the worst possible moment. That's why I'm going to always alternate between the lance, the axe, and the sword, to keep our attack options varied for the right kind of opponent. And now we have leveled up. We are now the fighter of the labyrinth, meaning our maximum attack power and health goes up. A yellow cane, what does that do? Anti-magic, very useful. Let's see what this other cane is. Brown cane, what does that do? Kamikaze. Two of the most useful canes in the game. Disabling magic and instantly killing enemies. Let's hold on to these until we need them. Inventory management is key as well. You need to pick the right items to take with you, depending on your playstyle. A new type of enemy, but another one of these insect creatures. Remember to unequip any metal items. Let's see if we can save ourselves the bother by throwing weapons at them. Equip the leather armor. Slightly lower defense, but it's worth saving our good armor. This insect is quite annoying, but still need to approach it with caution. We want to keep our best armor. A slow enemy. This flaming tree here. So we'll use the axe. The axe is missing a lot, but it's doing good damage. Fire tree is destroyed. A brown potion. A sword, but is it real? No, it isn't. Unfortunate. Take down this mimic enemy with the axe if we can. It's evading a lot of damage. The axe isn't working at the moment. Use the longsword instead. Dangerously low on health. Let's use a kamikaze cane. Monster has been blown away. Since things are quiet for the moment, I can now explain the hilarious reason you pick up gold in Fatal Labyrinth. In Fatal Labyrinth, there is not a single item shop in the entire game. The only function and purpose of obtaining gold in Fatal Labyrinth is that, this is pretty funny actually, the more gold you possess when your character dies, the better funeral they will have. So you can go from having a simple piece of rock with an inscription to a large tombstone with many people following. So basically, you're picking up money for your own funeral. It should be depressing, but it actually sounds quite funny. I can't spend this money, so I'll take it with me. No, you can't take it with you. So you might as well have a big, cool funeral. Very unique way to use money in the game. Adds a little extra layer of charm. The enemies have respawned, including these slimes. We can take advantage of this to obtain more experience points as they keep multiplying. So we might be here for a little while. I like axes, but they're way too inaccurate for so many enemies. Axes are good for a single opponent, but they're really bad at taking down groups, because groups can get in multiple attacks while you're struggling to get a single one in. So I'll stick with the longsword or the lance for multiple enemies. So many of them. This is becoming problematic. Getting surrounded now. Time to use a brown potion to heal ourselves. But we feel much better now. See what I mean? A weak enemy can mean trouble in large numbers. We could be getting attacked by 3 enemies at one time. Every time we take one down, another one appears. Two multiplied at the same time. Quite unlucky. I wonder how many of these things we've destroyed so far. I haven't been keeping count. Yeah, we could be here for quite a while. We're gradually going through them. But it's more experience points, I guess. So many of them. Still no sign of a level up. It's a shame. Seems like this could go on forever. Okay, we're gonna use the blue ring to heal up. If we haven't leveled up by now, we can leave them alone after a little while. We need to watch out. Look in that room to our right. Even the mimic enemies respawn. Good thing is those blue slime enemies don't seem too keen on chasing us. If we give them no space to multiply, that could work as a tactic. If we funnel them into this narrow corridor, they won't have any space to duplicate. And they won't run away from us. So we can use the singular thought process against them. Let's throw a blizzard ring at one of them. Significant damage. throw a lightning ring. Nice. I really need to stop using this hand axe. It's really frustrating. I should be able to one or two shot the enemies with this thing, but it misses so often. It's a shame. I really like axes in video games. Unfortunately in this one, Fatal Labyrinth, it's just so inaccurate, it just causes more frustration than it's worth. Although when you get a good hit in, it's absolutely satisfying. You thought you'd never see the end of those slime enemies, did you? Another longsword. Good timing. Let's go back to it. Now we need to watch out. There's still mimics and insects in this level. Let's head straight for the exit. I think for floor 11, level 11, excuse me, need to clear my throat. Ooh, okay, thanks. Now, level 11. Level 11, yeah, lots and lots and lots of enemies. So I think it's about time we get the hell out of here. Don't you? We haven't found any... well, we haven't really found any improved equipment. So let's avoid that insect and mimic. A deadly combination. Where is the exit again? I get so caught up in fighting those blue slimes that I've actually forgotten where the exit is. Don't worry, we'll find it. It might be behind a secret door. My memory comes and goes. Apologies. Equip the power-up ring. At least we're at full health and we got a decent amount of food in our system. More slimes. Destroy this slime for it duplicates and we go through this all over again. Okay, so it's not to the left of the screen. The exit absolutely must be behind a secret, hidden passage. Let's find it. Think, where could it be? Can you spot the exit? This is just going to take us back to that room where we fought the slimes. Unfortunately, I think we're going to have to go towards that mimic and insect. Yeah, looks like that's the case. Apologies, this floor is taking so long. I get so caught up in the heat of battle that I've forgotten that I need to get out of here. Fire tree is destroyed. Let's recover a bit of health. Nah, no secret doors here. We have no choice. We have to go fight the mimic and the insect. Let's use the flame cane to chip away at its health. The insect can actually attack us from afar. That's a problem. Our gear has been melted away. I didn't think they could do that from a range. Alright, no screwing around. Let's defeat this thing. Now you see the importance why I equipped the leather armor. We've lost our chain armor thanks to that insect. I didn't think it could disintegrate our equipment from a range, but now we know. We were right. It was a secret door that hides the exit. Well, thankfully, you'll be glad to know that level 11 is just about cleared. Very well hidden away. Now let's go towards level 12 of the Fatal Labyrinth. More of these blue slimes. Let's just avoid them for now. Another hand axe, some kind of spear, and a cane. Hopefully we find better weapons. If we were able to take down those slimes in a single hit, we wouldn't have spent so long fighting them in the first place. Still, we are on level 12 of Fatal Labyrinth, so we're making steady and solid progress. Can't carry any more. Is this going to be another lance? Scar the short sword. The trident! Excellent! I've been complaining about the accuracy of the hand axe. Well, now we have the trident, an even more powerful version of the spear, even more powerful than our lance. So we have accuracy and even greater power. This weapon's come around just the right time. So we'll go in for shield. And just lunge away with this trident. Really good damage for how accurate it is. Look how quick the encounters are going to go by compared to before. Well, at least we instantly know where the exit is this time. More gold for a shiny new funeral. Nope, you're not duplicating on me this time. The trident makes quick work of the blue slime enemies. It was like 10 minutes we spent fighting those things in the previous floor, and now we did it in like 30 seconds. 2 shinobi enemies and a blue slime. Take down the shinobi first, they can attack from a range. Stop the blue slimes from multiplying. Nice. Shiny new helmet. What type is it? Discard a leather helmet to make space? An iron helmet. This will provide even more protection than the chain helmet. Wonderful. 5 points? 5 points greater than the leather helmet. Whoa. Insect enemy. We've learned our lesson. Use the kamikaze cane. Rather than spend time unequipping our armor, let's just blow the creature away. There's another one. How irritating. See if the short bow can make some work out of it. Wait a minute. Is this going to work? They can attack from a range, but maybe not that far away? Oh, come on. I thought the bow could take him down. Let's unequip this iron helm. Irritating enemies. You can't disintegrate our wooden shield at least, so that's good. Thankfully, we're keeping our trident with us. Now, it seems to be pretty straightforward enough to find the exit. We've already seen it. We don't have any metal armor left. So, our fashion isn't quite on point today. We'll get there. We'll find more armor in the Fatal Labyrinth, hopefully. Destroy the fire tree. Unequip the iron helmet. Most annoying enemy in the game besides the magicians. Luckily, the insects themselves aren't too much trouble to deal with besides that debilitating negative status effect they inflict. There's a sword over there in that other room. Let's go grab some food. I have a sneaking suspicion that that sword's going to be a mimic. No. Pleasantly surprised. Discard one of the long swords. Oh wait, that's the short sword that we dropped. Excuse me, my memory's all over the place. They do use the same sprite. Alright. Level 12 has been cleared in Fatal Labyrinth, ASMR. Thank you for joining me in this adventure of strategy and battle. Now, level 13. We need to unequip again for these annoying insect enemies. Come on, we can do this. A battle axe. Oh, I have a kind of love-hate relationship with the axes in this game. Let's keep looking around this room. Looking for secret exits. They can be quite well hidden away. We found it. 2 ninja enemies. Here's the anti-magic cane. It can attack us from afar, but it can't cast spells at us, which is good. These ninja enemies can steal our coin. That's a deposit towards our funeral. No thieving. It's a strangely upbeat situation. That's my funeral money. Get your own. A new type of spear. It could perhaps be another trident. It is. Luckily, the trident's a very reliable weapon to have in our possession at this moment. If we can get a good shield, or at least a better shield. The shield we've got's pretty decent. It does its job. If we can get a full plate of armor, a shield, and a spear, we can do accurate, reliable damage and mitigate damage thanks to our armor and shield. A defensive build. Let's keep exploring. This is why the anti-magic cane is useful. It stops those enemies such as that from casting spells. However, we are rewarded for a constant decision to enter combat. We have now become the swordsman of the labyrinth. Another wooden shield, a black scroll, a large shield, and chain armor. Chain armor. Our aesthetic changes, so we have increased armor, a large shield. You can see this in our character's sprite. So our defenses gradually went up that little bit of a difference. It's going to make a difference. Keep exploring, see if we can reach floor number 14. Hope you're enjoying so far, my friends. Let's approach level 14 in Fatal Labyrinth, ASMR. Unfortunately, oh no, this is bad. We can't let this insect enemy destroy our shiny new armor. I'm gonna unequip it right away. Get rid of this insect enemy. Now we can put the armor back on. Maximize our defense. discard a shield, see if we get another one. A steel shield. Even better than the plain large shield. Excellent. Well, it's about the same, actually. Still, it's nice to get an extra shield that's that powerful. Another trident. Getting lucky so far with the pickups. Hopefully we can find an improved battle axe or a sword. I was thinking for a moment that sword would be a mimic. Shinobi sword. Perfect. Is this kind of blue-green tint to it. Makes it look really cool. Oh, fantastic. The power of the weapon is 12 points. That's a great amount of attack for a sword, which, while not as accurate as a lance, gives you that little bit of extra power. Also, it's just cool to get a shinobi sword. Perhaps, besides this game, Fatal Labyrinth for the Sega Mega Drive / Sega Genesis, you'll see another game of a warrior using the sword of a shinobi in the near future. Let me know what you think, my friends. So this is a powerful sword to have. Let's use it to swiftly destroy our enemies. It does great attack. And the better as our equipment gets, the quicker we will be able to move throughout the floors, until the enemies get more and more advanced that we need much more strategy. For a while you do need to rely on brute force, and eventually use tactics. Two insects and 2 green bars. We've unequipped our armor at least. Take down the insects first. Getting cornered quickly here. Okay, the insects are destroyed. Steel shield. Excellent. Now we can put our armor back on. Shinobi sword's doing fantastic damage. Time to use a potion before disaster strikes. This is why we saved those brown potions for the right time, and that was as close of a time as we could ever require it. We almost died there. Just shows you how devastating status conditions can be if left unchecked. A cutlass sword. Interesting. What strength does that have? 7 points. But the shinobi sword has 12, so we'll hold on to that and use it as our primary weapon. There's a variety of different sword weapons, tridents, well, spears, swords, spears, and axes. Gradually going up in strength the further into the labyrinth you go. Okay, let's see if we can avoid a ranged attack. Let's use the longbow. The bow isn't working particularly well here. Just to be safe, let's unequip our armor yet again. Take our shinobi sword, excuse me. Yeah. Don't want to fight 2 shinobi. We can use the wooden shield to up our defense, without fear of it being destroyed by the insect's corrosive acid. After all, it can corrode metal, but not wood. We pick up an orange potion along the way. Scar the cutlass sword. A mimic. The one time I don't think it's a mimic, it is a mimic. These enemies constantly keep you on your guard, even for items. The Ghost. Mimic, Ghost, I'll just pretty much call them a mimic whenever I encounter them. Very slight differences. And now, let us approach level 15 in Fatal Labyrinth ASMR. A magician-type enemy and a robot. This time the robot is instantly aggressive. Let's clear some space in our inventory. Let's throw some leftover tridents. This is really getting out of hand fast. Yeah, I'm fighting robots, a magician, a snail, and I even hit a guy with a trident. Oh no, it's chaos magic. This sends us off in random directions. If we keep ourselves in the corner, we can up the chances that we head in a direction towards an enemy. When you're in a big wide open space, having your controllers randomized can really just send you in a loop and leave you open to attack. Being in an enclosed space with chaos magic isn't as bad. Need to wait for this to wear off. We've recovered. A longbow and a new helmet. Let's see what type it is. A steel helmet. Fantastic. Even stronger than an iron helmet. Looking cooler and cooler as we ascend to the Fatal Labyrinth. The character's going to look totally different by the end of the game. I like that small touch they add to the game. Even though these are simple... Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to praise this potion. The purple potion is a recover potion. Excellent. At least we know it's not cursed. But as I was saying, even though this is just a small basic sprite of a warrior using magic, swords, shields, spears, and axes, having small touches to their appearance really gives you this progression of elevation in the levels. You go from being this humble adventurer in simple clothes to leather armor, chainmail, and eventually knight's armor if you can find it, with a variety of cool swords, axes, and spears you can use. Here's the anti-magic cane so we don't get put to sleep. Maybe I bored you to sleep already if you made it this far in the video. Hope you're well rested, my friend. Now, continuing onwards. 15 levels so far, and the challenges keep getting tougher and tougher. Another shield. Wish we had more inventory space, but we've got to make it. A large shield. Nah, the steel shield's still superior, but we'll hold on to it. Even if we don't use and equip an item, we can still have it in an emergency. Oh, we got an elf bow. Usually in these type of RPGs, the elves make pretty good bows. It's the most powerful bow we have at the moment. It gives us a powerful form of ranged attack. A red cane, what does that do? We don't know. We're gonna have to find out by using it at some point. Go through the secret door and keep exploring. Another shield. Shields everywhere. It's like the game is telling you, get your defenses ready. Of course, it's RNG as well. This is a roguelike adventure, so my level 15 is guaranteed to be completely different from yours. When you play this game, you might get even more broken, overpowered equipment earlier, or you might get more fortunate or unfortunate with enemy placements. That's the fun of Fatal Labyrinth. You can load up a game and it's completely different every time. That's the appeal of games like Rogue, the namesake of the archetype of these types of games. And other games like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. These games with randomized floors keeps it exciting because you genuinely don't know what's going to spawn on each floor. And they've developed this concept more and more over the years in gaming. Now, let's progress forwards into level 16 of the Fatal Labyrinth. Making slow but steady progress, my friends. You will save Dragonia, eventually. We have many challenges to face, but I know we can overcome them together. The red cane doesn't do anything. How odd. Take out the snail enemy first. And then we'll take out the robot. Taking a lot of damage. Defeat this robot and then we can celebrate our victory. The war isn't over yet, but now it is. A red ring. What does it do? A blizzard ring. We can use that as a projectile. That was a tough battle, but we have been rewarded. We leveled up. We are now the Trooper of the Labyrinth. That was a risky move, but it paid off. Now let's wear our heal ring to recover our HP. Let's avoid that magician for now. Look around for secret doors while we're at it. Now get our power-up ring back on. The magician, when they don't cast their magic, are quite manageable. But if they cast their magic, that's where the main source of trouble comes from. So since we're still facing towards the enemy, the confusion won't affect us as badly. Use the kamikaze cane, or... yeah. Play it safe for now, be careful. Let this confusion status dissipate. Equip our shinobi sword and our steel shield. Steeled and ready for battle. Another magician, a snail enemy. Take down the magician first. Rule of thumb in Fatal Labyrinth, any tip I can give? If you're going to fight an enemy and there are multiple enemies in the same room, always prioritize the enemy that can inflict status ailments. They make an already challenging battle even more difficult. I mean, look at this. This enemy we could easily take down, but we're running in random directions. Luckily, our superior defense and offense save the day. We haven't bumped into any insects in a while, so we can keep our armor on, saving us precious time. Although we're gonna be in this video for the long haul. Scale armor, fantastic. Even more powerful than the chain armor. Our defense gets even greater as we ascend the Fatal Labyrinth. Two mimics, two ghosts in this area. And as we're exploring, I love this health regeneration effect. You don't have to stop every single time to recover your health. Sometimes you take just enough damage that you'll recover it by the time you encounter another enemy. We're going to strengthen the shinobi sword for now. This is going to be old reliable. A weapon we can always call upon until we find even more powerful swords. While the sword is a generic weapon, it is very reliable in this game, so we'll stick for it for quite a while until something significantly more powerful appears. A pit! Oh no. Oh dear. Pits are trap tiles that appear on floors. When you walk over one, you are dropped back into the previous floor. This is a bad thing, of course. Fortunately, the level layout of the floor beneath you is still exactly the same. So if you do memorize where the exit is, you can get straight back to the floor you were on. The unfortunate side effect is that all the enemies on both floors respawn. However, the benefit is all the items respawn as well, so you might get lucky and find something you were short on. Also, it gives you an opportunity to fight enemies again if you wish. You can go straight for the exit and go back to the floor that you fell from. But you can also fight more enemies, potentially, with more powerful equipment than the floor that you were on. Doing so, you can obtain some pretty good experience and get potentially closer to a level up. Or you can get extremely unlucky like me and fall down 2 pits at once with 3 insect enemies. Oh, this is the magic of recording for the internet, isn't it? I would never get this unlucky off screen, but of course when I'm recording, I get the most aggravating experience. We went from floor 16 to floor 14. However, we do have a empowered shinobi sword, so we can go through these enemies quicker than we would have when we first arrived. Can't believe we fell down 2 floors at once. But as you can see, the shinobi sword, which we're not really supposed to have at this point, is making quick work of the enemies. I'm not even taking time to recover, because I know in 1 or 2 hits, the enemy just goes straight down. And because it's a sword weapon, the accuracy is very reliable, meaning I can count on the weapon to hit when I need it to. While the axe weapons are very satisfying to hit an enemy with, it's just so frustrating to lose. Just because your accuracy wasn't on point. A steel sword. 10 points. Pretty strong. Still not as good as a shinobi sword though. And we empowered it to have 1 extra attack point. Whenever we find scrolls that allow us to empower our weapon, we'll use them on weapons that we intend on using for quite a while. So the shinobi sword is a suitable contender for that. By the time we get to the end of Fatal Labyrinth, I'll have decided, depending on what I discover, what my final ultimate weapon will be. I don't actually know what that weapon's going to be until I pick it up. It could be an axe, it could be a spear, it could be a sword. Whatever it is, whenever I get the most powerful weapon I deem fit for this playthrough, I'll pour all my resources into making it as powerful as possible. Not just for you, but for myself. We need to keep this adventure going now, don't we? Now let's keep going forwards. We need to be careful though. One problem is, we're back on floor 15, but we can still fall through the exact same pit that we fell through that led us to this point. And because of the identical layout of the labyrinth, you get this feeling of, well, being in a labyrinth. Like you're lost and you're going everywhere forever. But we will reach the end, my friends. I promise you. We can make easy work of enemies thanks to our improved shinobi sword. Come on, go down. Status ailments becoming a real pain in the Fatal Labyrinth. Excuse me. Not getting lucky with the RNG at the moment. keep missing the enemy. Nothing wrong with our weapons. Just an annoying enemy. The monster can't cast magic anymore. Excellent. See if we get lucky with more item drops. A yellow scroll. And some kind of axe. We need to drop a weapon to see if this axe is worth picking up. Let's eliminate this enemy first. A battle axe. Ooh, interesting. 2 more axes. I'm a little bit doubtful these are going to be legit. Hand axe. A mimic. Is this axe any different? Another battle axe. Unlikely we'll use it, besides using it as a projectile. It makes me think of Lord of the Rings. Reminds me of this cool moment in the Fellowship of the Ring where Gimli, the dwarf, there's no subtlety. He just picks up axes and just starts lobbing them at his enemies. Just looks cool. A real berserker style of fighting. It's cool to have the grace and skill and dexterity to use a sword or a spear, but it's also satisfying to just hack away at something with an axe or just throw it at the enemy and obliterate them. Every fighting style has its own charm, doesn't it? Now we're back where we came from. Floor number 16. Lots of enemies here. Let's even the odds. Let's use the flame cane to preemptively damage this green bar. Oh man. This is a very bad position to be in with status effects. An enemy that can put you to sleep, one that can confuse you. Let's funnel them out for this secret door. This is very bad. Very, very bad. They've been waiting for us almost. Luckily, we've got healing potions. We need to retreat for now. I'm not running away, I'm fighting in the other direction. Another battle axe. 2 rooms absolutely filled with enemies. Armor. More scale armor. Good to have a backup just in case. Let's try and take these enemies out one by one. Take out the magician first. Necromancer goes down. When we can single out an enemy one by one, it makes things much easier. So luring them to the entryway to a room is a valid tactic. Just watch out for enemies that can attack you from afar. Luckily, we can do that as well. The one complaint I do have about Fatal Labyrinth is that projectiles are quite inaccurate. It'd be cool to just have the bows be 100% accurate, but they're very weak. It'd be a good way to chip away with tiny bits of damage. I think that would balance it out quite fairly. Although, who knows? I'm not a game developer. Or maybe I will be one day. Who knows? These are just words. Who knows what the future could hold? So at least we're back on the floor we came from, level 16. I think to make up for lost time, we'll just go straight for the exit if we can. But also the appeal of finding treasure. steel helmet. Good to have a backup. The only problem is I've forgotten where the pitfall is that led us to level 15. I've actually completely forgotten. I can't rewind the footage in real time. So hopefully we don't go across that pitfall one more time and do level 15 all over again. Although there's valuable experience points to be found. So we'll make the most of whatever happens, good or bad. Let's throw a blizzard ring at this enemy. Obliterates them. Nice. Spear and a sword. Legitimate as well. A cutlass sword and a lance. Powerful weapons, but not as strong as our shinobi sword, so they'll make useful projectiles when the time arises. The Necromancer falls. Regenerate a bit of health while we're also recovering from chaos and inflictment. See if we get lucky and see if it's a superior battle axe. Nah, it's a hand axe. Oh well, a useful projectile weapon at least. How are you finding Fatal Labyrinth ASMR so far, my friends? I'd be curious to hear what your opinions are in a game like this. Oh, unfortunately, it was an unfortunate item we used, but at least we used it outside of battle. Purple cane. Only wanted to see you laughing in the purple cane. It's gotta be cane. Well, backtracking through previous floors has paid off. We are now on level 16, and we are now the Knight of the Labyrinth. Going through these levels and getting a title gives you this sense of accomplishment as we approach level 17. Of Fatal Labyrinth ASMR. I'd really love to know what your thoughts are on this game, or just in the channel in general. I highly encourage people to go in the comments section and just talk. Really love speaking with you guys and girls, and everyone in between. Ooh, lovely. We obtained a heavy axe. It's a risky maneuver though. The heavy axe can inflict 30 points of damage, more than twice the power of our shinobi sword. However, the trade-off is that it's very inaccurate, but if you can hit an enemy with this thing, it's just going to get deleted. Tell me, my friends, what would your playstyle be playing Fatal Labyrinth? Would you go for a powerhouse axe-wielding maniac, a berserker, the more politically correct term? Or would you be a sword and shield wielding hero? Or a defensive, tactical, spear and shield using warrior? Let me know what you think, my friends. These enemies are rather annoying, the Medusas. They have the status ailment they can shroud you in darkness. So if you get hit by them, they can actually obscure your vision for a little while. Like so. So it means retracing your steps can be a little bit annoying. See if the axe works in this enemy. Missed. But the enemy goes down in a single hit because the heavy axe is just so powerful. Missing 10 times in a row? Hitting once with this heavy axe and it kills them in a single blow? We like that. Excuse me, I need to ask you a few questions. Have you liked, commented, or subscribed yet? I'd really appreciate it. Shameless plug for my own channel. Don't let it distract you. Anyways, we keep approaching more and more of the layers of level 17 in Fatal Labyrinth. Status ailments are just debilitating. That's the purpose of them in this game, to add that layer of challenge. Nothing but Medusa enemies. However, we're able to quite accurately hit them with the heavy axe, so we must be doing something right. We have a weapon power-up scroll. We'll save that for when we get a more powerful sword. So if the heavy axe doesn't hit a lot of times, we'll swap back to the shinobi sword for accuracy and power. These Medusas have made this very aggravating. Every time we explore an area, it goes back into darkness. If you don't quite memorize where you were, the enemies can potentially respawn and you go through an endless cycle of trying to find the exit. What kind of armor is this? Leather armor. Oh, must be one of the ones I discarded. Of course it's a mimic. The axe is missing a lot. At a vital moment, two powerful enemies that can deal a lot of damage. The axe is very powerful, but it's failing us at the moment due to its low accuracy. Alright, time for a healing potion. We still have one left for an emergency. So let's swap back to our shinobi sword to reliably hit the enemy accurately. Alright, that mitigates it down to one enemy now. A pink potion. A lance. Red ring. Keep the most powerful bows we possibly can. Just taking a moment to catch my breath and also try and memorize the layout of this level. If we bump into another Medusa enemy, we have to memorize exactly where we came from. But we haven't encountered the exit of level 17 so far, so it must be nearby. Or we've just barely missed it. More armor. More leather armor. The exit must be very well hidden away. It's got to be behind a secret door somewhere. The Medusa shrouds us in darkness again. Try and find the secret exit. There it is. See what ring this is, and then we'll go upwards. Under a curse, your HP can't be updated. It's a curse ring, the green ring. Do we have something to remove curses? Yes, we do. The curse removal scroll. We're out of that bad situation. We need to keep a curse scroll on us for the later stages of Fatal Labyrinth, and there's a very particular reason for that. Hopefully we get lucky enough, I can show you, my friends. It's a very useful tactic to use in anyone's playthrough. A shield and a flying eyeball enemy. Scud. Another steel shield. Solid defense. Another sword, but let's question it. Oh, it actually is a sword. Nice. Another cutlass sword. Still not as powerful as your shinobi sword, so we got lucky when we picked that up. The magic of recording for you, my friends. Sometimes bad things, but mostly good things happen. End of the day, as long as it makes for a relaxing, fun, entertaining experience, it's worth it in the end. Sometimes I need to suffer a little bit in gameplay, but sometimes it leads to some entertaining moments. And of course, sometimes I get really lucky, and it only happens when I record, for you people. So thank you very much for being my guiding spirits throughout this journey. At least we're on level 18, and we can see the exit immediately. We haven't seen any Medusa enemies yet. So we know at least in the top right corner the exit is there. So if we need to find it in a hurry, we know where it is. Uh-oh, chaos magic. Recover a little bit of health while also recovering from chaos magic. Another sword. Doubtful. But you never know. You don't know until you go and find out. A Medusa enemy. Uh-oh. The map's gonna get shrunk, isn't it? Yep. But I remember where the exit is this time, so it's not going to affect us as badly as it did in the previous level. Once we destroy this enemy, our sight will return. Take a little bit of cardio. Let's see. Another cutlass sword. Oh. Big area. Take down the magician first. Destroy the clay. Drop a shield. Make space. Another steel shield. What kind of sword is this going to be in it? It's going to be, I'm going to kill you sword. Took him down quickly though. The shinobi sword is proving very, very reliable. Lots of enemies though, so it's really holding its own. Chaos magic, oh no. We still have one heal potion in an emergency. We might have to use it. These robot enemies start out passive, but as you get into later levels, they instantly seek you out and attack you. Unlike the magicians who like to lurk in the other room and wait for you to attack them, the robots will chase you down to anywhere to try and kill you. So you have to always be cautious of the different behavior patterns of the enemies. Some are more passive than others, and some are hyper-aggressive. equip the power-up ring. Start throwing battle axes at them. Inaccurate, but it's worth a try. And it makes inventory space while we're at it. Nice damage from the elf bow. Broke, however. We have a spare though. That's why it's there. Recover some HP. All it takes is one badly timed chaos magic to send us to our doom. However, Shinobi Sword making quick work of them once we get a good hit in. A lance. A helmet and a shield. So this is the area we were in before. So if we go to the top right, the exit, I believe, if memory serves. Yeah, it's a good time to get out of here. The enemies have respawned. Let's just get out of here. Lots of annoying enemies, lots of magicians, lots of Medusas. Let's take them out. Even a single magician is causing us grief. We'll get him eventually, though. Once we get our character to look at the enemy and go, okay, that's the bad guy, take him out. The Medusa enemy's coming in the room. Heal potion time. Do we go for the Medusa or straight for the exit? Yeah, let's just go straight to level 19 of Fatal Labyrinth for ASMR. Hopefully we get more lucky with enemy placement. We have a new enemy type, a floor shark. These enemies can do a lot of damage. Pink potion, a battle axe, and a lance. More projectiles to throw at enemies. Alright. Let's keep exploring. An evil eye enemy. Luckily, this enemy doesn't hit us with a really bad debilitating status effect, so it's pretty straightforward to fight them. It just takes a lot of damage out of you. But we are rewarded for our courage. We have now become the veteran of the Labyrinth. Satisfying getting more and more of these titles. Going from a humble soldier to a hero, to a warrior, to even a samurai, and titles even beyond that. Leveling up in Fatal Labyrinth is very satisfying. And you can't predict exactly when it's going to happen, so it makes this nice little surprise that just rewards you for exploring the game. Floor shark and a flying eyeball. A Medusa. Oh no. This enemy has the status effect that can make you hungry for some reason. We're gonna need a bigger boat for this enemy. I do like when this floor shark attacks. It does resemble the poster of the classic movie Jaws, an all-time movie classic. Great movie. Just out in the nick of time. Time to put on the heal ring and hope for the best. A mimic. We need to get out of this room. And fast. Don't have any heal potions left. So we have to rely on our pure regeneration that's built into our character. See if we get lucky with an axe here. The Medusa goes down. That's nice. Can we get as lucky with a floor shark though? The enemy takes a hell of a lot of damage, but still isn't going down. So keep the heal ring on. Look how quickly our health is regenerating. It makes all the difference to figure out what all these rings and scrolls and canes do. Their effects can be very beneficial if you use them at the right time. Floor Shark has tons of HP. Alright, let's grab the bow and the food and the axe and the spear and the sword. But remember, that's a mimic over there. Okay, what kind of spear is this? A lance. Good weapon, but it's outclassed at the moment. Battle axe. Anything that can dethrone our shinobi sword. A Gradius. 16 points. We found a weapon to overcome our shinobi sword. It has slightly more points than the shinobi sword, and it's a sword-based weapon. Excellent. This is going to be our new primary weapon. I don't know if that's a typo and this is supposed to be a Gladius, because a Gladius is a small Roman-style short sword. Very cool weapon. Don't know if they tried to call it Gradius or Gladius. Either way, it's a powerful weapon we're going to use, typo or not. Now, we have a very powerful sword in our hands. It's always a welcome addition to our arsenal. Good shield, good sword, decent armor, and a variety of equipment for any situation. However, the enemies are respawning. Oh no! That means that room that the exit is in is filled with enemies again, and it's all the troublesome ones. Let's get the power-up ring on. See if our Gradius or Gladius will make a difference. Floor Shark went down quite quick. I'm glad to see that. Even if the Medusa hits us, we know exactly where we are now. The center of the room is where the exit is. Let's make some space in our inventory. Let's just start throwing helmets at them. The Medusa goes down very quickly thanks to the Gladius. Should I call it the Gradius or the Gladius? I'll just call it the Gladius. Those really cool Roman swords. The kind of ones you imagine a Roman centurion using. Floor Shark goes down. We know what all these items are. Get some food. Just regenerating a tiny bit of health before we take down this next floor shark. Excellent. And now let us approach level 20 of the Fatal Labyrinth. Oh no. After all that hype, we fell down another pit. We're back on level 18. We've got low HP and there's a lot of these chaser robots after us. Oh dear, this is a very bad situation. Let's just get the hell out of there. Do we go straight for the exit? Or do we go for the experience points fighting these enemies? I'm not too sure. A little bit of deliberation. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? There is definitely a lot of experience points in defeating all those robots. However, it's going to take a while, and we have explored this level already. But our Gladius we just acquired should make things significantly easier. And at the very least, even though the robots are tough enemies, they do not inflict any negative status effects. So... yeah, let's take them on one by one. See how we fare. See if we can get as much experience points as possible. Let them come to us while we regenerate our health. The Gladius being a very solid weapon. I'm glad we picked it up. Fantastic weapon, actually. It's making quick work of them. What a great weapon. Wow. That was definitely worth going back. And as we get closer to leveling up, the Gladius is going to get even more stronger because our inherent strength, even without weapons, will increase. Huh. The importance of picking up new weapons is more apparent as we go further and further into the fatal labyrinth. Unfortunately, we still have these magicians with chaos magic. We need to really watch out for pits, but there's no indicator they're there until you walk right over one. Just bad timing. We were talking about how we were going to go into level 20, and then we fell down a pit. It's like I was tempting fate. But you're not sending us to the Shadow Realm. We are sending you to the Shadow Realm, where I reside, which is a fate worse than death, having to spend time with me. Alright, take down this necromancer. Quick work thanks to our lovely Gladius. I believe the exit was in this area? Yeah, the top right. Take down one more robot. Very dangerous even at a range. Eliminate them quickly. Let's go back to level 19. The level structure is still the same, so we can still pick up some items along the way. There's some food. I believe it's in the center of the room. Yeah, we're back where we came from, alongside a lot of annoying enemies. Come on, Gladius. Show us how wonderful you are. I'm so glad we picked up this weapon. We got very lucky. Great attack and great accuracy. I couldn't have made this stuff up. I would have wished to have picked up a weapon like this, and so we did. So thanks so much, my guiding spirits, you, the viewer, for the fortunate luck as I play this game. Equip the heal ring, regenerate some health, and see if any new items spawn since we fell down here. Let's make the most of a bad situation. It allows us to re-explore a floor we've already been on, with a more powerful weapon potentially, and pick up extra items. Sometimes going back through a floor again can get you extra potions and items you might have missed if the RNG wasn't so generous. What armor is this? You have scale armor. Another one. Oh well, good to have a backup. So we need to watch out when we go in this center area. Dangerously close to the exit is a pitfall. Let's not go down it one more time. I'm really paranoid I'm gonna fall down that pit again. I can't memorize the exact spot it was in. There's a lot of potential areas we could fall into. Another spear. A lance. Okay, the scale armor room. Excuse me. Okay, the enemies are down. So that's where the pit is, right in the center of the room. Now we know where it is. Luckily, we landed near the exit of level 18, so we're back here again with a lot of the robots. But we're just going straight back up. Now we're right next to the exit with respawning enemies and items. So maybe we'll get lucky and get a new armor. Chain armor. Let's use the search scroll to see if any items. So there's a helmet over there. Maybe it's an improved version of the one we have. Now I'll definitely remember that the pitfall is in the center of the room, so we'll avoid it going forward. We've been through level 18 twice now. In fact, 3 times. The original time when we fell down, and when we fell down again. A mimic. Okay, we're very close to the pitfall there. Let's get as much extra experience points as we can, and any additional items if we're lucky enough. More food. More armor. It's probably going to be scale or chain armor. It's just luck sometimes. Yeah, it's scale armor. The likelihood of things spawning in your level corresponds to which one you're on. But occasionally you can get lucky and find something from a level that you're really not supposed to get items from. I mean, we got the Shinobi Sword and we got the Gladius, and they seem quite powerful for the floors that they're on. Maybe it's just those weapons are so powerful, or we just get lucky. Who knows? So there's probably a scale armor in here, and a chain helmet, if I'm gonna put a gamble on that. Even if the Medusa reduces us to darkness, at least we know the area. We've been through it 3 times now. You never know, there might be a new armor amongst this. Silver armor! I couldn't have timed that better. So it was worth going through these stages 3 times. We now have silver armor. And look at how beautiful our character looks now. In fully heavy armor. Oh yes. Oh, wonderful. Okay, my friends, thank you so much for this. Yeah, you might be wondering. I picked up a weapon called the Blood Sword. Why am I so happy? Well, the Blood Sword is a cursed weapon. Watch what I do here. If you equip it with a power-up scroll, the weapon's curse will be removed, but the evil will be purified. The power of the weapon is 1 point. Pathetic, isn't it? But oh no, it's nothing pathetic at all. So we got a superior armor set and a new weapon, the Blood Sword. There are 3 weapons in the game that are cursed. Let's go down this pit again for the 4th time, so I can demonstrate you the power of the Blood Sword. Check this out. Killing the enemies in a single hit, sending them to the Shadow Realm. The Gladius was a wonderful weapon, but check this out. Look at what the Blood Sword does when purified from evil. Check that out. You can see why I was so happy now, right? We have this black sword, stained black with the blood of our enemies. So there are 3 weapons in Fatal Labyrinth that are cursed. There is the Blood Sword, the Skull Lance, and the Golden Axe, which is a pretty cool shout out to another Sega Mega Drive / Sega Genesis title. Now, ordinarily getting these cursed weapons is a bad thing. When the curse is afflicting you, you can never remove the weapon, and it is pathetically weak. However, if you have a power-up scroll, you purify the evil but keep the weapon, and its strength increases exponentially, using this dark and evil weapon for a noble cause. We now have the Blood Sword, and I'm fully committed now in Fatal Labyrinth that this weapon will be our final weapon. This is our go-to. Look how effective it is. The Blood Sword may appear weak because it's showing it only does 1 point of damage, but it's not reflecting the weapon's true power after being purified. Now we have a weapon that is incredibly powerful and is very accurate. It's the most powerful sword we're going to find. And it just looks cool, a black sword. I've always loved the idea in games of things being dark, but not necessarily evil. They can be on the side of good as well. After all, you can't have light without darkness, and you cannot have darkness without light. Also, sometimes dark elemental things are just cool, aren't they? They all have their own appeal. So now we have silver armor for great protection, a good shield, and a wonderful dark, but now noble weapon. So now we're on level 18 for the 4th time, and guess what? We don't mind, because we're going to be able to absolutely destroy most of the enemies in our way now, which should make our journey significantly faster. So you were probably watching the playthrough going, oh no, Alakazam's fell through that pit 4 times now. Come on, I'm getting tired of seeing this. But because we stayed determined and persevered, we were rewarded with the Blood Sword. Thanks to luck and RNG, we obtained a weapon that is far beyond the capabilities of the typical weapons we could obtain. I mean, you could potentially get the Blood Sword even earlier in the game. It's just a matter of luck and RNG. Now, check out the power of this thing. Our level has been raised. We have now become the master of the labyrinth, which is perfect timing, because now you're going to notice a significant difference in the combat of Fatal Labyrinth, now that we have our ultimate weapon. And just how cool does that sound? The Blood Sword. This idea of purifying evil weapons into a force of good feels good. And also it makes me comfortable about walking into rooms full of enemies, because now we know we can just slash our way through with brute force. This will not make us invincible, however, so we still need to approach with caution now and then. However, we are much more comfortable with this weapon in our arsenal than we would be without it. The Gladius, while a powerful weapon, would have its struggles against certain enemies. However, the Blood Sword, just a fantastic weapon to have. I'm very lucky to have obtained it. Thank you so much, my friends, for helping me fall through 4 floors. Let's not make it 5. Come on, let's not make it 5 now. See? Silver armor again. And now we are the master of the labyrinth. And believe it or not, there are levels we've still yet to achieve. The journey is far from over. 1 tile away from the pitfall that we went through 4 times. Now I don't mind it as much. The Blood Sword just makes me that comfortable now. It's going to be our friend for the rest of the playthrough. And it is very satisfying as we approach level 20 of the Fatal Labyrinth. Now the music and the dynamic and design of the levels will change. Another trident, purple potion. We've got plenty of bows now. Secret door. just feel so much better exploring these areas. While it is dangerous, I don't feel as threatened, thanks to the fact that I can just take out weapons. Oh, been teleported with this scroll. A steel helmet. Even if an enemy can inflict status on me, at least I know I can eliminate it very quickly. I mean, look, pretty much every enemy we're hitting is going down in a single hit. So you take what looks like the weakest weapon in the game. Why would you ever use this thing? It's cursed, and it has no power. You show it a little bit of love with a power-up scroll, and you are rewarded immensely. Of course, if you do not encounter a cursed weapon, you can still find very powerful items in the higher levels of Fatal Labyrinth ASMR. I know, that's pretty cool, isn't it? Heavy axe. Cheering me on. Look, this situation would normally be incredibly bad. And while it is intimidating, let's lure out the enemies one by one. 2, 3, 4, 5. Throw the heavy axe at our opponents. Clear some inventory space. Served as well, Gladius. Served as well, Shinobi Sword. Time to clear up inventory space. The weapons we will achieve will now serve as useful projectiles, allowing us to clear up our inventory space and attack at the same time. That's how much faith I have in the Blood Sword. Many potions. We don't know what the red potion does just yet. Begin to feel much better. Okay, let's keep exploring around here. The monster has been blown away. Very, very nice. Good items. The enemies have respawned. Normally a very bad time to be lost in the level. But now our wonderful Blood Sword is going to feast on our enemies. It just feels cool to have a dark weapon like that and just be like, yeah, bring it on. And now, to further enhance our abilities, we now have silver armor and a silver shield. So our defenses are sky high at the moment. Gonna make things much, much easier in this RPG roguelike adventure in Fatal Labyrinth ASMR. Tell me, I hope you're enjoying this playthrough so far. It is quite a long adventure, but I quite enjoy every now and then, even though I enjoy making series of games. It's good to every now and then play something like a Sega Mega Drive game, because you get the entire gameplay experience in a single video. I don't expect anyone watching this video to watch it in one go. I mean, come on, it's probably going to be like 3 to 4 hours long, who knows. But I'm very happy to have you along here for this adventure. And it makes it part of the fun. It's a video you can keep coming back to. You don't need to look for multiple parts. The full game is in one video. And I can say hi to you all and see how you're all doing, because I love you all very much. Some of the friendliest, kindest, most supportive people I've ever met. And it really encourages me to make gameplay videos like this, even on games that not necessarily are the most popular. I personally did not grow up with the game Fatal Labyrinth. I absolutely love the Sega Mega Drive. I love it, I really do. But as a child, I did not personally own Fatal Labyrinth. I played it on a Sega Mega Drive collection, when I was a young adult. And I realized playing this game, it's very fun, it's very unique and interesting. And I knew when I played this game that I would have loved it if I had played it as a child. So, I don't actually have nostalgia goggles for this game, giving me a hint of bias. I genuinely played this game for the first time as a young adult, and I can definitely see me falling in love with it as a child. So it's good to get to explore these unexplored titles and adventures I never had the chance to find when I was a child. So in a way, I'm kind of going down memory lane, in the lanes I never found. So thank you so much for the opportunity to do so, and hopefully we share a fun, entertaining, relaxing ASMR experience. We all get to enjoy some gameplay, we get to chill out, relax, and just have a fun time. So, thanks a bunch everyone, you're the best. I love you all. Now, we are on level 20 of Fatal Labyrinth ASMR, but we still have a long way to go before we can save Dragonia and find the Holy Goblet. Still no sign of it so far, and think we're 20 levels in. Thankfully, the Blood Sword is going to make this adventure significantly easier. While we could have found more powerful swords, axes, or spears, the fact we found the Blood Sword when we did is going to make the transition between here and the final stages much, much more fun. Even if an enemy hits us with a status effect, feeling confident I can just charge in and destroy them quickly makes all the difference. Now, let us go up the stairs to level 21 of Fatal Labyrinth ASMR. Two hits, 2 kills. Enemies can still evade us, but they take a hell of a lot of damage when they do take a hit. Any newer armor? No, it's silver. Still very nice. It's always good to have backup armor in case we bump into an insect-type enemy that can disintegrate it. Pit. So we're back in level 20. Not that it's going to pose any significant challenge, our blood sword has yet to face a serious obstacle in its destructive path. It feels good. Feels like a walking cheat code, doesn't it, having a weapon this powerful? Perhaps this is a glitch, and you're not supposed to have a weapon this powerful. But I like to think, oh, we activated this effect, which allows our character to move much faster. Lovely. Our character's got those Sonic legs right now. I should get back to a Sonic the Hedgehog game. If you're watching for the first time, I also play Sonic the Hedgehog series games. I've done quite a few of them. A game very close to my heart, and very iconic of Sega. Feel free to give them a check out, if you'd like. Or, if you're someone who's watched those videos, let me know what you think of them. I really enjoy making them. I'm making a formidable collection of Sega Mega Drive / Sega Genesis ASMR playthroughs. And I'm going to be very happy when this game is completed. It's just a real fun game to play. Something I never grew up with, but just adored when I first explored it. Solid RPG mechanics. A tangible sense of progression. I mean, come on. Look at how we were on level 1 of the Labyrinth, and look at us now in level 20, with the variety of enemies, all the tricks the game can throw at us. Even pitfalls are no longer as aggravating as they are, because we feel confident we can just charge into enemies and obliterate them. No problems. Really makes all the difference. And that feeling when you can go back... Tell me something. When you play a game, it's like when you get all the abilities, all the weapons, and you go back to level 1. How satisfying is it? Makes you feel invincible, and it just shows you how your character evolves throughout your adventure. Tell me, is there a game you personally play where you go back to the first level after beating it and you just wipe the floor with the enemies that have been causing you so much grief? Let me know. I'd really like to hear it. Maybe it's a game I've got some personal experience playing. But thank you for your time. Now let's keep exploring around here and get back up to level 21. Uh-oh. Negative effect. It's a poison potion. So we're not going to drink that, but we can throw it at enemies. But our level is raised. Yes, there's a rank beyond Master. We are now the hero of the Labyrinth. And there's ranks even beyond this, I know. This game just keeps throwing more and more cool stuff at us. And I'll be glad to discover more of it, alongside you. And one of my friends you might hear in the background, occasionally making a little pathetic but cute noise. You want to speak into the mic? While I manage my inventory, let me see if I can summon one of my beautiful white tigers to speak into the mic. Hey you. Okay, you're at my leg now. Nah, you're not in the mood to talk now. Okay. Let's take out these enemies now. Yeah, occasionally one of my beautiful white tigers likes to make a little fuss while I'm recording. It's only natural. I mean, we're more than 2 hours into this playthrough, so outside noises are going to become an occurrence. Hopefully it's not too distracting from the experience. Maybe it adds a little bit of flavor. Who knows? And I kind of pride myself, don't get me wrong. I do try my best to put professional production values into recording these game playthroughs by adding mini documentaries at the start, commentary that's relevant to the game, its time period in which it was released, gameplay tips, and just trying to beat the game in general. But I also want this to be an entertaining experience, so sometimes things just happen that I don't plan for. And sometimes that's part of the fun of playing a game, is that it's the little moments you share when playing that game that sometimes only happen to you for some inexplicable reason. So, hopefully this has been a fun experience. I know it has been for me, and hopefully it has been for you too. A steel sword, good weapon, but the blood sword is our boy. Let's just start throwing helmets at a shark. Of course, normal video game tactics. This is actually a good way to clear our inventory so we don't mess around with it as much. Disposing of items. We can start throwing armor. Throwing our clothes at a shark. Yep, typical video game tactics, of course. There's the exit to floor number 22. We'll get to level 22 soon enough. Any more items to obtain? It'd be pretty cool if we could obtain any more of the cursed items. Of course, that is down to the luck of whatever we generate. You could get the Skull Lance, a very powerful and very accurate cursed weapon. You could obtain the Golden Axe, which is incredibly powerful, but inaccurate as hell. But I think we got the best of both worlds. The blood sword is the weapon I would have personally chosen, and we got it. So thank you so much for that. We got our second wind. And as I say that, we fall down a pit, yet again. I don't think I've ever bumped into so many pits playing Fatal Labyrinth. I'm being serious. Whenever I've played Fatal Labyrinth to myself off-screen, I maybe bump into 1 or 2 pitfalls. And in this playthrough, we fell through at least 5 of them. But if it wasn't for those pitfalls, we would not have encountered the blood sword. So, in a way, it was destiny. It was fated to be. Now, we're back on level 20, but don't worry. We know with absolute certainty, as long as we keep finding food, walking around regenerating our health, we can keep moving forwards towards the objective, obtaining the Holy Goblet to save Dragonia. Let's keep walking around here. Just going through an area we have previously explored. Secret door. Enemy goes down. Even the mimics. I love seeing this progression of our character as well. A humble villager, just in basic leather clothes. And now we are this valiant, gallant, heroic knight with a legendary evil sword in our arsenal. But we have mastered the evil and turned it into our friend. Even though this game's story is very minimal, you can really inject some personality into it if you want. Every experience in a game is your own, after all. Think about it. In my head, that's a really cool story for an adventure. Some people are more concerned with if they can hang up the washing. And this adventurer is more concerned with saving Dragonia, even though he is not a seasoned warrior. He goes into the labyrinth anyways, masters an evil legendary sword, obtains powerful armor of silver, and becomes a hero of the labyrinth. And as we are continuing this adventure, he's going to become something even beyond that. And I'm glad you get to see it explored in this ASMR playthrough. Humble beginnings to what we have now. Where's the secret exit in this area? It's very well hidden away, isn't it? Okay. Back where we came from. A new enemy type, a blue fire tree. And blue flame means hotter than red. Also, it just looks cool. Blue flame. Since we're comfortable fighting the enemies on these floors with our blood sword, it's a good time to mess around with the canes, potions, and scrolls to see what they all do. They will make a vital difference as we get near the end of the Fatal Labyrinth to see what they all do. We might find a negative status ailment in an item that we can use as a projectile, or perhaps a powerful scroll that will make all the difference in the final battles to come. So let's make some room in our inventory and find out just what everything does. mess around with my controller a little bit there. Also, look at our health points since we started this journey. We are now tanking blows that would have killed us in a single hit on the early levels. Grey scroll, 2 of them. What do? Cuss removal scrolls. We'll hold on to those if we bump into the other cussed items, but if we don't, or we find something that's not as useful after it's uncussed, we can get rid of it. Darkness is our ally. A silver helmet. So, silver armor and a silver helmet. A knight in shining armor. A knight in shining darkness. I'm making this sound way more cool than it actually is, aren't I? A knight in shining darkness descends into a dark and mysterious labyrinth filled with creatures willing to take the life of all of those who reside in Dragonia. But one humble adventurer of simple origins becomes a hero that will save the land of Dragonia, retrieve the Holy Goblet, and destroy any evil inside. How was that for improvised dialogue? I hope it sounds cool. Yeah, Alakazam. Improvised story writer 101. Or maybe not. Anyways, hope you're enjoying my rambling away. As the adventure goes on for this many, I mean, we're on... Let's look at the counter I have in my... Oh wow, over 3 hours. This is a very long adventure, but that's part of the fun. Really gives you this sense of progression as we go further and further into the labyrinth, just how powerful we've become. Unfortunately, to make things not so cool, our knight in shining darkness is hungry. So let's go get some food. I don't think there's some fast food around this place, so we have the best alternative. Eat food straight off of the floor. Yep, our hygiene is right on point. Now, let's see if we can find some food. That is one problem we will encounter. Luckily, we found some food. Floor pie, floor food, floor food. If we don't find enough food on the floors, we will gradually waste away, as our HP will gradually deplete, as if we were poisoned. More food. Excellent. Now we're on level 22, as the hero of the labyrinth. But wait, now we've ascended to something even greater. We have now become the samurai of the labyrinth. We've obtained a new armor, the Lambada armor. What does it do? Unfortunately, the Lambada armor is cursed, but that's why we have the grey scroll here. We are now free of curses. Unfortunately, the Lambada armor does not stay, so it is purely there to get in your way. It's a shame. It would have been cool if the Lambada armor became this ultra-powerful armor set once you purified it, but unfortunately that only applies to the weapons. Luckily, we had some grey scrolls on supply. However, by wearing the Lambada armor, we have gone back to 0 on our food meter, so we need to find even more floor food. We gotta scrounge for as much food as we possibly can. Even a simple enemy could chip away at our health if we are not regenerating it as we travel. As long as you're hungry, you will not regenerate while you walk around. That is a major problem, so we need to fix it immediately. But we are now beyond a hero. We are the samurai of the labyrinth. Long ago in a distant land, I unleashed an unspeakable evil, but a foolish samurai of the labyrinth, wielding a blood sword, stood forth to oppose me. But he picked up some food and flung himself into the labyrinth. Finding the exit very quickly now. This adventure could actually be much quicker if I just went straight for the exit, but I really enjoy exploring it and finding all the items I can for entertainment value, and showing you as much of Fatal Labyrinth ASMR as I possibly can. We picked up a heavy axe, so we can use that as a good projectile. Can't carry anymore. Well, these weapons are going to be good projectiles then. Interesting enemy, but it goes down. We got another blood sword. So, in case of an absolute emergency, if we bump into something for whatever reason that could remove our blood sword from us, we now have 2 of them. It was our fate to encounter the blood sword. Now we have 2 of them. I feel extremely confident we will conquer the Fatal Labyrinth. It's pretty cool how in Japan, this game is known as Labyrinth of Death. Such a hardcore name. Throw the blizzard ring, damage the enemy. Throw another one. Just shows you how many hit points these enemies have as well. I threw 2 blizzard rings at that enemy and it still didn't go down, but the blood sword just takes the life force straight out of it. A new ninja enemy. The Sasuke. Steel sword, a humble weapon. We have 2 blood swords. Another steel sword. 2 blood swords and 2 steel swords. Doing very well so far. Taking a moment to compose myself as we go into level 24 of the Fatal Labyrinth. I love that feeling of having an ultimate weapon. Just being able to go towards your enemies and just know that victory is certain if you play your cards right. And as we know, the heart of the cards is always with us. 3 blood swords. The heart of the blood sword is with us, it seems. Seems like this is our destined weapon for this playthrough. It's like the game is throwing it in our hands like, Alakazam, this is going to be your best friend. Use this. I'm going to give you many opportunities to obtain it. And I'm happy. It's a cool weapon to have. We don't have any food though, so we can't be overconfident. We need to find food and keep exploring. If we rush headfirst into the later levels and don't have any food, we could still get overwhelmed by enemies. Because after all, if we don't recover any health, that will become a significant problem. So we need to take these enemies out as we destroy that ninja, Sasuke. We level up once more. We have now become the Lord of the Labyrinth. We have also obtained a new weapon, the Roll-Million Axe, a weapon with 26 points of damage. Very, very powerful. Very inaccurate, but extremely powerful. We have triggered a trap on the floor. This alerts every enemy on the labyrinth floor to our location. I say, bring it on. We'll face any of these challenges head on. After all, we are a knight in shining darkness, the Lord of the Labyrinth. And there's still a level to obtain after this. We are reaching new heights as we ascend into this Labyrinth of Death. But this is where the problem is. We still need to eat some food, and we haven't found any. Ah, luckily it's right there. That was very good timing. It didn't fill us up very much though. So we need to keep looking around for more and more food. And if everything fails, we should have a very nice shiny funeral, because we collected a lot of gold. The enemies have respawned, and they now know where we all are. Because of the trap we triggered earlier. Look, they're heading straight for us. They know exactly where we are. Bring it on. I'll take you all on. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Look how many of these enemies are here. This would be a death sentence with the wrong loadout of weaponry. Bring it on. Look at the Lord of the Labyrinth establishing their dominance on the battlefield. Even under chaos magic. Look at all these enemies, just waiting to take our life. But the blood sword seeks our foes, and it's thirsty. We're not going to shy away from this challenge. Come on. Hey, that's my funeral money. Also lunch money, but we'll get into that another time. Not cool taking someone's lunch money. Sasuke Ninja, you're going down. Luckily, even though we don't have much food left in our system, it is enough to keep regenerating health. As long as our food doesn't drop to 0, we will always regenerate health when we take a few steps. Which is very vital. Because imagine if we had 0 food and no healing items, we'd be completely screwed in this scenario. I mean, if we had a weapon of lesser magnitude than the blood sword, we could potentially get caught in a death trap here, incapable of recovering, and overwhelmed by enemies unable to reach the exit. But our heal ring is going to make this process just that little bit faster, because now we have 585 HP. Quite a lot of damage we can absorb, even with our silver, shiny armor. And the Knight of Shining Darkness respawns even more enemies. Bring it on. It reminds me of when I played Dragon Crystal for the Sega Game Gear quite a while ago. Pretty much the Game Gear equivalent to Fatal Labyrinth. I could have went straight for the exit, but I remember even back then, I was on the final floor and I was surrounded by these dragon enemies. And I decided I don't want to just finish the game by grabbing the goblet. I want to establish dominance. So, I took the Dragon Blade and wiped out all the dragons in the final stage, just to say, yeah, victory is mine. Little moments like that stick with you. even after all this time. Oh, and tell me, my friends, did any of you watch Dragon Crystal? It's a fantastic little game. It has its own appeal. It doesn't have as many features as Fatal Labyrinth, but the fact you can play it portably, and it's still such a fun RPG, just shows you how well made Fatal Labyrinth and Dragon Crystal are. Now, all nostalgic memories aside, I think this will be our last enemy we take on in this floor, because we're running low on food, so let's regenerate as much health as we can before we go into the next floor. And also endanger ourselves because we're a little bit reckless. The Lord of the Labyrinth is a little bit overzealous after all. But we'll pull through in the end. We always do. So don't worry, my friends. Just sit back and relax. I've got it from here. Now we're hungry. Yeah, it's time to get out of here. No point just endlessly fighting enemies. We need to find some food. Let us ascend to level 25 of the Fatal Labyrinth. Let's use the Quicken Potion to speed up the process. Give ourselves those Sonic the Hedgehog legs. Sega. A new snail enemy. More of these lunch money stealing ninjas. We don't want to get into a prolonged battle. This snail enemy can immobilize you, so we need to watch out not to get surrounded. We are currently in a state where we cannot regenerate our health, so food, come on. Give us some floor food. Ah, there we go. Delicious. Quite a few units have regenerated as well. And a new robot type enemy. Ladoon. How you doing? We picked up the Hyper Helmet. Fancy name. The Hyper Helmet gives us fantastic defensive capabilities. Even greater than the Silver Helmet. So now we're quite comfortable because we can regenerate our health, no problem. Destroy the Mercury. Pick up more gold, more lunch money. Hey, how you doing? Hey, get out of here. Ah, I love the blood sword. I really do. It's transformed the entire playthrough for me. There's the exit to level 26. Level 26 of Fatal Labyrinth. The gameplay is getting significantly faster because now we have a pretty much almost optimal loadout to take into battle. A great defensive shield, powerful armor, and a legendary weapon of darkness by our side. The knight in shining darkness is growing ever so closer to saving Dragonia and obtaining the coveted Holy Goblet, which illuminates the world with its light. Also picking up a heavy axe along the way, and a cane. What does it do? Orange cane, don't know what that does. Anti-magic, hypnosis. Let's see what the orange cane does. We can afford to find out. Ooh, it creates a pitfall. Luckily, we're just not going to sell that. I don't know if that's a glitch or that's... Maybe that... Alright, maybe that cane creates a pitfall for enemies to fall into. Or maybe it's just a straight up glitch. I don't know. But don't need to worry. If we dropped back into floor number 25, we'd be able to manage ourselves. We might even thrive if we went back down there and found more food. Speaking of food, there it is right there. Lunch money bandits go down. And an elf bow if we want to fight from range. Oh, wait a minute. The sleep scroll doesn't work on enemies, it works on ourselves. No, that was a bad move. But from bad experiences grows experience, and experience gives us growth. From this, we have ascended in Fatal Labyrinth to the coveted title of the Lord Master of the Labyrinth. This is our maximum level. We are now in peak physical condition to destroy our foes. We have pretty much maxed out our HP beyond unconventional means like using scrolls and canes. So, we don't need to worry as much about level grinding, fighting enemies over and over again, because now we know this is our peak performance. So, let's pick up this trident. I'll only explore the levels now to find new stuff like food and healing items. Besides that, I don't need to worry too much about enemies, because now I know I can just avoid them. I don't need to miss out on experience points. I've maxed myself out. But of course, find items. You need to have some healing items and things to remove negative status effects. Because you gotta always remember, check yourself before you wreck yourself. Now the Lord Master of the Labyrinth is about to go forwards into level 27 of the Fatal Labyrinth. We would have normally just went straight back to get more experience points, but now we are Lord Master. We decide what happens now. Rather than carefully and tactically choosing our battles, when is right to retreat and when to attack, we can now just stroll by. We have a hyper helmet, silver armor, a blood sword. So all we need to do now is pretty much go for the exits and pick up any goodies along the way. But we want to get as much prep time available for the later enemies. After all, you could get hit with something you don't expect, and you wouldn't want to after such a fun and long adventure. And I need to emphasize, long adventure, of which I'm amazed if you've made it this far. We don't want to just die and just anticlimactically end it. Quite a creepy looking enemy, the Hellfish. This dark creature is fearsome, but so are we. More food. Let's see what kind of axe this is. Another heavy axe, a useful projectile we can use. Destroy this mercury. I am very happy with how this playthrough is turning out so far. It's something I can personally look back on myself as well. I can just pick up my phone or go in my laptop. Anything I can load up this video, I can revisit a classic game that I played and a particular playthrough. So I can just instantly access a fun memory for myself, and hopefully one that I've shared with all of you that you enjoy as well. Perhaps this is a game that looks interesting to you, but you can't be bothered playing it yourself. Or perhaps you want to see it played in my style. Whatever it brings to you, I hope you enjoy it. It relaxes you, and perhaps helps you fall asleep. Me rambling on for 3 hours would put anyone to sleep, but I digress. Throw a blizzard ring, make some room. One thing I would really appreciate... Sorry, my volume went kind of through the roof there. I have to control the bass of my voice sometimes. But one thing I think would have really improved the gameplay of Fatal Labyrinth. This is my personal opinion. I feel like if you're throwing a weapon, it should do like double or triple damage maybe. Because it adds to that idea of desperation. You're literally throwing your most powerful items at the opponent. Don't do it for shields or armor, but if I'm throwing an axe, it'd be cool if it was just so powerful you could weigh that option legitimately. I'm gonna throw this axe even though it's very powerful, but I know it's gonna kill the thing in one hit. Make it more of a kinda win or lose type of scenario. Rather than just chucking weapons at your enemy and hoping it chips away at that damage. It'd be quite satisfying if you could just throw an axe and be like, right, I'm done with this thing. Hopefully it can serve its purpose one more time. But that's just my personal thoughts. This is still a very solid and fun game to play. Very well designed. Still standing the test of time to this very day. Making steady but satisfying progress. Level 27. We're getting closer and closer to the end of this fun ASMR adventure. Nah. I could go back and fight these enemies, but I know what the result's going to be. So, we just go upwards to level 28 as Lord Master of the Labyrinth. This is our territory now. Come on, let's do this. You don't scare us. Another heavy axe, a useful projectile. As we walk around, we are regenerating HP. Good defense, good healing, great attack. Battle armor, fantastic. This is one of the only improvements we could possibly make. It's an armor even superior to our silver armor. We have a silver shield, battle armor, and a hyper helmet. A silver sword. If we didn't obtain the blood sword, this would be a very reliable and useful weapon. So even if we didn't do all the exploration, even if we didn't do all the exploration, we could still find useful items. Might not be to the magnitude of the blood sword, but at the same time, the blood sword could be a detriment to a player who does not have curse removal of equipment. So, it's all down to how you play the game and how lucky you get. We've just been fortunate, because you, my guiding spirits, have been helping me along the way. It's good to feel the spirits within, helping me in my quest. The Lightning Sword. This is one of the best swords in the entire game. It inflicts 18 points of damage. If we didn't obtain the Blood Sword, the Lightning Sword would quite possibly be one of our endgame options. But it's good to have by our side, just in case. But we've got extra Blood Swords, as well as the one we originally obtained, which is just doing so wonderfully. It's drastically altered the course of this adventure. There is food over there, but we shouldn't pick it up. We don't want to get this well into the adventure and then die of overeating. I love my food more than anyone else, but still, a little bit of self-control goes a long way. Where's the exit? It's tucked away. Could be through here. This is a labyrinth after all. There's always going to be the potential to get lost. But we've been through labyrinths before, haven't we? Both in Dragon Crystal, an alternative adventure in this style. Or even, if you want to stretch it a little bit, the Sonic Labyrinth. Which is a game I'm going to defend, still to this day. Which is a game that I highly recommend you check out my playthrough of on this channel. It's a game that gets a lot of a bad rep. I think it's quite fun, and I've done an entire ASMR playthrough of it, if you'd like to enjoy something like that. It's on my channel, go check it out. If not, have a lovely day. Thank you for staying this far into the video. We're getting closer, closer, and even closer to the end of Fatal Labyrinth ASMR. Where is this exit? It is very well tucked away. For all I know, I've walked right past it, rambling away. I mean, I could be missing the exit by literally getting lost in my own thoughts. Has nothing to do with the game, that's just all on me. This exit is eluding us very well. We'll find it. We will most definitely find it. I'll make sure of that. Maybe there's a secret door on here. There is, but is the exit nearby? See, you're seeing the potential for disaster. The blood sword's incredibly powerful, but we got very unlucky and missed a lot of blows. Shows you even in the endgame, even with a weapon as powerful as the blood sword, you still need to be careful. You are not invincible. No one is. But we're as close to it as we can get, I think. At least for the purposes of this ASMR playthrough. Can you spot the secret exit? I wonder. Spirits within, I call upon you. Help me find this door. Well, if it is a secret door. We appear to be lost. But at least while we're doing it, we're regenerating health. So that's a good thing. Just avoid this enemy altogether. Going in big circles. We're probably going to respawn the enemies at this rate, how long we've been traveling. This area is a particularly tricky one. Where could this exit possibly be? It almost makes you think that the exit hasn't even been spawned, it's that well hidden. Nah, that can't be the case. The labyrinth is trying to drain us of our hope, but we'll hold on. Come on, where is it? Gather our thoughts for a moment. This is an extremely well-hidden exit. Quite surprised the enemies haven't respawned yet. Out of our way. Can you, dear viewer, find the exit? We're having a little bit of trouble here at the moment. Wait a minute. There it is. Oh, very, very hidden away. Ah, we found it eventually. Now we can finally, after a long period of searching, ascend to level 29 of the Fatal Labyrinth. A large, wide-open zone. A dragon. Our blood sword's gonna have to come in very useful here. Dragons are fearsome enemies. Let's use one of our scrolls. That's what it's here for. We are going to empower our blood sword. We're going to charge it to the maximum power we possibly can. We want to unleash devastation upon our enemies. We're going to take our ultimate weapon and empower it as much as we possibly can. While it appears like it's only got 5 points of damage now, it's way beyond that. And now with our trusty power-up ring we got early in the playthrough, I think we're ready to take on this final batch of enemies. Even if they are dragons. We've entered the Dragon Crystal before and came out victorious. I will make sure that victory remains in our grasp. Dragons do an intense amount of damage. We're missing quite a lot as well. This is why our exploration's coming in handy. We have a healing potion, so we don't need to retreat, or fight in the other directions, I'd rather say. A dragon goes down, a mimic, a shield, another silver shield, good to have a backup, a brown ring, another mimic, secret door, another hellfish enemy, and these evil eyes and medusas up above, moving around quite frantically, aren't they? This is why we need to save Dragonia. These creatures unleashed upon the village, eternally respawning, they wouldn't stand a chance, even with a hero like us at their side. I've been teleported. That's a unique effect. Kinda did us a favor though. Lured us into an area we haven't really explored that much yet. Alright, now we know these Medusa enemies, while they don't hide us in darkness, they can't teleport us. A unique trait, if I've ever seen one. Take out the enemies individually, thin their numbers out. Let them come to us. The monster's fallen asleep. Maybe you have too, hearing my rambling for 3+ hours. Throw a lightning ring at them. Well, that's a shock. Yeah, that was a really good burn, wasn't it? Teleport scroll. A poison potion, throw that. Monster's getting weaker. Wait a minute, we've got a grey potion. I just realized. I've been traveling around this entire time with a grey potion, which is an instant power-up. Let's throw some extra items we are not using at the moment at the enemies. Keep our inventories clean as possible. Throw the lightning sword, the trident, the heavy axe, the silver sword, and another trident at them. We'll hold on to the roll million axe. Plenty of food in our system. Very close call, but we made it. We are the Lord Master of the Labyrinth after all. See if we can find the exit. But a lot of enemies want to get in our way. Let's stay away from these Medusa enemies. They can teleport us, which will take a significant amount of time to recover from, potentially. There's the exit. We can ascend to level 30. Are you ready, my friends? We are nearing the end of our adventure. We have prepped silver shield, hyper helmet, battle armor, blood sword. Equip our black power-up ring. Alright, it's all been building up to this. Let us ascend to level 30 of Fatal Labyrinth ASMR. The music's changing, indicating we're getting close to the end of our adventure. Can we save Dragonia from these hordes of evil creatures? Let us together with the Knight of Shining Darkness find out. There's the Holy Goblet up there. Just like in Dragon Crystal, if you pick that item up, it will kill every enemy on the entire floor. Shall we do it? We know we can defeat these enemies. Let's go for it. We picked up the Holy Goblet. Just then a blinding light issues forth from the Holy Goblet and covers the world with its brilliance. The monsters have been stamped out, and look, the stair to the roof of the castle has appeared. Our health is fully recovered. However, Dragon Crystal ended when we picked up the Holy Goblet. But our adventure is not over yet. With our trusty blood sword in hand, the Knight in Shining Darkness has one final challenge to overcome before we can call an end to this adventure. Let us go forward and save Dragonia with the Holy Goblet in one hand and the blood sword in the other. Thank you so much, my friends. Let us tackle the final challenge in Fatal Labyrinth ASMR. Please enjoy the final battle, my friends. Alright. Let's do this. The final level. How dare you interfere in my plans? There is no escape for you now. I shall tear you into pieces. This evil dragon is the final obstacle and final boss of Fatal Labyrinth ASMR. This is a very dangerous enemy. He can inflict us with not just one, but multiple status effects. He can teleport us around the arena, fight from range, is very powerful up close, and can inflict us with chaos damage. It's very difficult to use the blood sword if we can't aim at the enemy in the right direction. We are stuck inside with them, but as I said before, I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. We need to be tactical and watch our distance, even when we get teleported. Just like Dragon Crystal ASMR, we have a dragon to take down before we can call an end to this adventure. Bring it on. This final challenge. Let's go. Use the teleport scroll, move a little bit further away, and equip the Quicken Potion to enhance our speed. Let's attack. The blood sword is thirsty for our final enemy. Come on. Let us strike them down. Come on, blood sword, let's do this. And come on. The anti-magic cane doesn't work. However, we will stand our ground and destroy our enemy. Give the finishing blow. The evil dragon falls. Level 31, the final level has been cleared, and a voice from the goblet spoke. Dragonia, the Castle of Darkness, has lost its power. Thank you, valiant knight, for casting out darkness and bringing forth light. In the centuries to come, should Dragonia resurrect and pose a great threat to humanity, It is then that every living soul shall speak your name, the one brave warrior who has harnessed Dragonia. You must not forget, you will always be with the people, along with the light you brought forth. Go, the villagers await your return. The night in shining darkness has completed their quest. We have now picked up dragon armor. We can now fly. We can finally leave the fatal labyrinth. Let us ascend to the heavens and return to our home village. A gentle breeze blows towards the village. The night and shining darkness took off. And so, Fatal Labyrinth ASMR is now complete. I thank you so much, my friends, from the bottom of my heart, for making it to the end of this ASMR RPG adventure. Thank you so much. Your support means the world to me. And I've had so much fun playing this classic Sega Mega Drive / Sega Genesis RPG adventure. I'm so happy to have shared it with you all. Feel free to check out the rest of the content in my channel, I cover RPGs, platformers, ASMR roleplays, and much more. If you want a similar adventure, feel free to check out Dragon Crystal ASMR. But as always, we clear one more great adventure. Thank you for your playing. See you again in the next adventure. Thanks, Sega. That goes out to you too, my friend. See you again in the next great adventure. As always, this is your friend, Alakazam ASMR. And thank you for watching Fatal Labyrinth ASMR. No matter who you are or where you are, have a wonderful time. I wish you the best. Take it easy, my friends. And adios. You